Alright, super early stream, we're back. The lights are on, Thor's lurking in the background. But yeah, we've got some stuff to do today. We had a very stressful night last night. I'm sure if you were here you could tell. It was pretty stress-inducing, but at the end, it was semi-worth it. Not only did we get a BioShock Infinite PB, not only did we get the BioShock Trilogy sub 3, which is the goal, but we also got the record back from Gulch. Which is not the intention, I was just going for sub 3, but yeah, I kind of gamed on that Infinite run. I got that super jump in Battleship Bay first time, just came everywhere, and I just locked in, you know? But yeah, that VOD will be up soon. Unfortunately, with the way that YouTube works, 10 seconds of background music got claimed on YouTube. So if I put out the video now, it couldn't be monetized at all, and it's partially blocked in certain countries. So I have to wait for YouTube to reprocess the video. And then it'll be up. So whenever YouTube's done processing it, the video will go out to the world. Yeah, you know. You have 3 hours of just complete, this is what you did with the game, has nothing to do with the music at all. Little 10-second clip in the background that you barely hear. Bam. Entire video. Unmonetizable. Demonetizable. I don't know. So, I'll go up at some point. The plan for today, because I wanted to do this last night, but obviously we spent 10 hours doing BioShock last night. I want to go through all of the SGDQ game submissions. I don't know if this is necessarily all of them, because sometimes some submissions don't get publicized for whatever reason. But it should be the bulk of them all. We'll just go through them. I'm not going to read every submission. Most of these games I don't know. Most of these games I honestly don't care about. They're in completely different genres. But I just want to see what friends submitted. I want to see if I recognize any games. You know, just kind of see what got offered. Because I always think it's a fun thing to do. And then after that, probably do some frictional game stuff. We'll see. So with the Partner Plus program, well, we made a good dent in it last night. We did. But I looked it up. We have until 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, so a little over 6 hours from now to hit that mark. So, you know, one final push towards that. If we don't get it, we don't get it, but let me make the scene look a little different. Oop. Oh, leaking everything. Oh, shit, he's leaking everything. Shoosh. Oh my god. I actually have no idea if that showed anything at all. Does it show anything? Oh, no. It's like the one page that shows literally nothing. Haha, suck it. I mean, don't go back and watch that. Don't clip it. No clippies. No clippers. I'll make that look better in a second. You guys can't even see it, so it's not gonna matter, but let me get the SGDQ page. So everything. Oh, I don't want to. make this look a little better before we get into it. Yeah, I don't really need to see all of this stuff. Let's go in, zoom in, trim down, trim in. Is that readable, legible, looking saucy? Looking real sauced up on a Sunday. Some hot game submission opinions, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna go through every submission. I'm just gonna look at basically what game, what game got offered, all that good stuff. Oh, it's cutting off the names of the runners. Let's see now. But I'm sure I'll have some hot takes. We'll talk about stuff along the way. That should be good enough. I don't know why the stuff is tilted slightly, like shifted over. That's a thing on the webpage, not on my end. You know what? I'm not even gonna move that Partner Plus thing. I'm not gonna adjust it. It's fine right there. I'm gonna put on some different music in the background. Nice little instrumental playlist. Don't want it too loud. Don't want anything too loud. Okay. You guys are ready to look at some hot game submissions? I'm not part of the games committee at all. This is not like if I say something should get in, it's, you know, it holds no weight. I'm just a runner of games that likes looking at what games get submitted every time. One, because it's like, what are people like actively working on? Two, I like seeing what my friends submit and hoping them the best. And then third, I like seeing what my competition is, you know. So most of these I'm just gonna skip unless I recognize a name or I catch something in the like few seconds I look at it and be like, oh, that's a weird thing to write in the submissions. But yeah, and when we get to my submissions, because I did offer 5 games, we can talk about those as well. And my chances, or what I feel like my chances are for different things. But let me make sure that's there. And I don't know why this happens for the GDQ list, but like Lego Star Wars always, because I'm sorting by alphabetical order, so it should be A. Lego always takes, I guess because they use like a special way to put in the word Lego, because every time the Lego games are breaking that sorting system. Klonoa, some Lego, some Pokemon. We will see plenty of Pokemon get traced. Yeah. I mean, if you guys see a submission you want me to talk about, feel free to point it out. I tend to stay in my bubble, pretty much. FPS, horror, puzzle, sometimes some stuff outside of it. But yeah, most of these I'm just be like, yep, don't know it, don't know the runner. Go on, Abzu. Very fun casual game. I think this got submitted last time around as well. I remember an Abzu submission. Any percent glitchless blue suit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about the run, but I like the game casually. Age of Mythology, 15 minutes. Golden Gift campaign is a shorter 4-mission campaign with a solid mix of glitches, micro, and time to relax and enjoy the phenomenal game sound and music. Interesting. It's pretty crazy. I mean, for 15 minutes, that's not bad. I grew up playing Age of Mythology. It's the only reason I know that one. And also, like, RTS games, not in my wheelhouse. I don't really watch them at all, but like a 15-minute showcase of a game, that's you know, for someone like me, like I could stomach 15 minutes of an RTS. I can't stand an hour and a half. Also, if it's 4 missions for 15, like you're going pretty fast. Alan Wake 2. 2 submissions. Got one Alan only. 80% new game, 80% and glitchless. I mean, the hour there helps a lot. So I was gonna say, like, 2.5 hours is a lot. I know this went pretty well for ESA. So just like the only thing I saw from ESA. So they had an Alan Wake 2 run. But GDQ tends, if it's like a horror game, a nearly 3-hour submission is a lot. Well, this one's We Will Dance. I would imagine. I mean, at this point, you'd be crazy to be an Alan Wake 2 runner and not offer a dancing segment for the Herald of Darkness, right? Like, it just comes with the game at this point. I don't know. I mean, I could see this one getting in, the Alan percent, with it being a lot shorter. Like, it's less than half the time. That's a lot. Because you get the hype of, oh, it's Alan Wake 2, semi-short, and Alan would still do the Herald of Darkness, I'm pretty sure. So, I don't know, we'll see. Little Alice Madness Returns, okay. See, this is the kind of submission pitch that, like, Alice Madness Returns, it's a known property, right? It's been around forever. It's been run at GDQs before. It's been a long time. It's a game that I was going to run way back when I saw it at a GDQ. But this is a moment where you have to say, like, more. So just, you're like, oh, what more can I say in my submission pitch, right? Because you say, dark and creepy Alice in Wonderland game. Strat finding has taken off recently, so the game got even cooler. Not the most kid-friendly game, but also not mature content. I mean, this right here, that's just not needed at all, but this right here. Strat finding has taken off recently, so the game has gotten even cooler. Okay? Tell me. What are the new strats? Why is this cooler? Right? If you do that, you sell me way more than just saying, oh yeah, the game got cooler. Okay. You know, like, did it get a new skip? Did it get new out of bounds? Did it get fight optimizations? Did it cut out 10 minutes from some janky button press thing? I like Alice Madness Returns. I'd like to see it get in. It's just, you know, when I read a pitch like this, I'm just like, just sell it. Because every game is in a spot. Either it's a brand new game and the committee's never seen it, in which case you need to tell them why it's a cool game that just came out. And even though it's new, like, these are the cool things we found in it, and sell them on that. It's a known property that's not been in a GDQ before. And then you tell them, like, this is the cool stuff we have in the route. This is why I think it's a good fit for a GDQ. These are the highlights, blah, 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 blah. Or it's a situation where it's been in a GDQ before. And then you have to explain why it should come back, which is a harder sell, for sure. So if it's gone in once, it's much harder to get in again. And then you have to really say, since the last time this was in a GDQ, we found all of this cool new stuff, or this is a new category that shows off the game in a more interesting way, yada yada, right? Anything outside of that, you're just, like, wasting your time writing up submissions. In my opinion. Like, this is another short one. Sharkcat. Sharkcat's perfect submission, right, for Alien Isolation. In all missions, CC plus FPS, we get to see one of the only categories for this game with extensive out-of-bounds skips. Okay, you're explaining why this category is better than, like, any percent, because you get to see a cool extensive out-of-bound. As the fastest all missions run, CCT stands for crouch clipping, and FPS in the name refers to using low FPS to allow us to hover midair and clip through thicker walls. And that's explaining why this trick is cool and the different tricks in the game, right? About this, nearly the same length, maybe like an extra sentence, right? But this does so much more for someone that doesn't know the run at all than this. Right now I know there's extensive out of bounds. I know that there's wall clipping and hovering in midair and all of this stuff. Instead of just, oh, this game's not kid friendly. All right, cool. Awesome. Alone in the Dark, the 1991 from Carcinogen. No damage. At 20 minutes, I could see them giving it to him. You know, his RE2 run was one of the highlights probably for HGDQ. I'm never a fan of putting this in my submissions. It's fine. I just think like this is something you do when you're already at the event and not as a sales pitch to the committee, in my opinion. Because then you're basically just like not bribing them, but you're saying, "Hey, I will give you money if you let my game in." Kind of thing, right? I just think that's kind of yeah, like Alone in the Dark. The new ones came out. I think runs are pretty consistently around the hour mark or so, and that'll probably get in the second submission block. So you know they could tie it in together. Amnesia the Bunker. All right, so Nerd submitted this as well. No major glitches and glitches. Okay. So I submit it. So we'll talk about my submission. Any percent, which is a 5-minute category. Glitchless, which is a 20-minute category. And then I also submit it to the third one over here. Glitchless again, but the shell shock difficulty at 35. And I really only submitted glitchless, as we'll see here. The other two are like, they're there, but they're more of like bonus submissions. Oh, I also spelled series wrong. Oh no. I didn't proofread. Amnesia the Bunker is the latest entry in the series from Frictional Games. This is kind of fluff, to be honest with you. But then this is explaining why the category is cool. Glitchless showcases the clever routing of the game's various sub-areas of the map without clipping through walls or other major exploits, and even though it has a lot of RNG factors, which if you watch the run, it does. If you watch people grind out, you know, resetting over RNG is a big thing. But there are consistent backup strats for even the worst case scenarios. So even if you get the worst case RNG in a marathon setting, which this would be, you can still get through it consistently. It's just the RNG factors can make it go faster. And then I submitted the bonus run incentives to up the difficulty from glitchless normal or glitchless easy to shell shock difficulty. Which is a very hard mode, and then showcase the another bonus incentive to showcase the 2-minute long any percent. Because any percent's cool, but being as short as it is, it's not going to get in on its own. So I think its best bet is to be tied with glitchless, and then you know, shell shock difficulty can be quite something else, especially for anyone who's played the game and with the RNG factors already being a part of it. That would add another layer on top of it. Unfortunately, you kind of run out of room for submissions at that point, so I can't really go into depth of why shell shock difficulty is a cool bonus incentive, but it's also glitches has to get in first before that becomes a thing, right? And then here's the like, you might be like, oh, well, you should explain more of the stuff in glitchless. For glitchless, it's you can't explain tricks. Because there are none. It's just, you run through the game as fast as possible without using glitches, right? Like, I can't be like, oh, we use out of bounds or prop clips or RNG manipulation. It's just, everyone knows what glitchless is, unless it's a weird glitchless where it's glitchless, right? Like, in quotes. So this, I submitted this, for HGDQ, and it did not get in. There I submitted an any percent tutorial as well, but I didn't feel like doing that this time around. I feel like if I wanted to submit that, I'd have to really make a demonstration video of taking someone through it beforehand to show the process, but I just didn't feel like putting that together, so we'll see. Let's see, nerd submissions. Like he said, no major glitches, which is kind of a mid between 90% glitchless, but it's also really short. It's a 10-minute estimate, but really this is like a 7-minute run, and then glitchless at 20. Latest game in Frictional's Amnesia series, and it's very different from all the Amnesia games before it, as it has a monster that dynamically reacts to what you do, and randomized item placements and codes that keeps things fresh and makes every run different. No major glitches, and glitchless are some of the best showcases of this, with physics-defying movement, parkour, save warps, and reacting on the fly to item spawns and monster encounters. Honestly, you did a better job of describing some of the stuff and glitches, you know? I don't know what physics-defying movement. Maybe that's no major glitches. Yeah, this part, you know? You did that better than me. Props to that, you know? I'd like to see it get in. We'll see if it does, and if it does, we'll see what category, you know? A mock runner from Mitch Riz. Okay. That's a classic one. Let's see what else we got here. Okay. Yeah. I was confused by this name for a second. I was like, what? Yeah, this is the software that lets you like combine multiple games, like randomizers together. Yeah. No, I was like, what is that? But yeah, it's Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah, I guess you can't really submit this as like a game because it's multiple, right? It's Kingdom Hearts, Pokemon Emerald, Overcooked 2, or Kingdom Hearts 2 and Pokemon. I mean, I could see this getting in. It's just, I don't know what other submissions there are of this variety, if there are. And if there is, you know, what other games, but yeah. It's also like, you have to factor in, because I don't keep track of certain games. Like, I don't know the last time Kingdom Hearts 2 was in. I don't know the last time Pokemon Emerald was in. Those also play a factor. Not familiar with it? Yeah, 100%. Because now you're asking people to not only be familiar with Pokemon Emerald, you're also expecting them to be completely familiar with Kingdom Hearts 2 and Overcooked 2. Right? People barely know enough about one game to follow a randomizer. And now you're asking for 2 or 3? That's a big ask for sure. But people also really like Pokemon Emerald and Kingdom Hearts, so what do I know? We got Ass submitted from Allie. I mean, I don't know what Ass is, so I'm curious now. The Oozing with Style 2.5D Chronicles subseries is the perfect way for the massive Assassin's Creed franchise to make its debut on the big stage. Has Assassin's Creed never been in a GDQ at all? I could pull up GDQ VODs, but that's crazy if so. Though the game tries to emphasize stealth to a greater degree than its open world Big Brothers, Assassin's Creed Mark of the Ninja, so I've seen it called as a blistering fast romp with some really fun movement tricks and some full-blown glitches to boot. Best of all, no tailing or eavesdropping. 8 hours each. Yeah, I thought some of them were shorter. I thought Odyssey was kind of like a faster run. What, 4 hours? Yeah, I guess that's fair. It's like 3, yeah. I just remember Odyssey had like the bow launch and stuff that was making it some much faster run. From 2:45 to 45 minutes. Did it really? That is crazy. Discover a new glitch has saved nearly 2 hours. I mean, that's fucking awesome. That is, saving 2 hours is fucking crazy. Fruit with attack on Titan. We got the Balatro. I think that's how you say it. This game popped off for whatever reason. Just everyone was playing it for like a weekend. That probably has a good shot at getting in at 45 minutes. I don't know anything about it, but I know people went crazy for it, and that usually does pretty well, you know? That usually goes pretty well. Baldur's Gate 3 from Kronos. I think it'd be a little difficult to get Baldur's Gate 3 in after how much they just showcased at SGDQ. Obviously, I don't know the differences between this mode and what they showcased, but I think there's quite a bit of Baldur's Gate 3 going on there, so. On a mode run is for fun. That's cool. Mega showcase of the game knowledge and improv. Yeah. Stuff's always cool to see. It's permadeath? Ooh. Ooh. That's always a scary one. Some banjo, some classic banjo. We all know banjo. Barbie, little 16-minute Barbie run. Actually, a handful of Barbie submissions. Jeez. Got Barbie and the Three Musketeers, Barbie Fashion Pack Games. This is a race, and Barbie Explorer. Wow. That's something. On the movie hype? Yeah, something like that, right? Bartender Hustle from Dangerous. Story mode at 125. Oh yeah, this is the one that he submitted as a meme. Because I said if I put it on Twitter a while back. I said maybe this is not the one I was reading. That in your submission, right? I'm sure someone in here did it. I think Dangerous did it. That if you put there's plenty of time for donations as a sales pitch, that is not the sales pitch you think it is. Like that's not a good thing, right? Even if there is room for donations, you don't bring it up. You don't bring up the negatives about your game in submissions. You talk about the positives. And he thought I was calling him out, but I didn't see it. That's not that one, though. Some Bastion. I need to play Bastion at some point. It's a pretty cool game. We got our Batmans. It's a race we got going down here. Just this many Arkham City submissions. No, I think these are all just different submissions. That's crazy. Yo, Shaw Eyes, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you. The brand new tier 1, not brand new. my brain is it was cooked. But thank you. Yeah, I thought maybe this was like a race or something, or like a lot of Batman. Wait. The difference between 100%... Oh, it's 100% glitchless. Okay, so 100%... Okay. 100% glitchless, no Catwoman. 5 hours. Woo. That's a hefty ask. All the other Batman games, cool. I mean, City is pretty cool. Some of these are shorter, you know, 30 minutes, some DLC stuff. I've not really played the games. I don't know enough about the runs to really have an opinion like, oh, this is like the power submission in the Batmans. But yeah, if they want it. Sound game so far? For me personally, not like, oh my god, this is like the greatest submission of all time, but yeah, I mean, I feel like Batman runs, or like of the Rocksteady variety, because I can't talk about like Dark Tomorrow or whatever, like the early 2000s ones. Those are just like solid runs, right? And it depends more so on what else gets submitted. If there's a lot of other games that they want to take instead, Batman gets knocked down. But if it's like, you know, we just need some solid games to fill out the schedule, Batman can get in there. But once again, you know, I'm not on the committee. I have no idea what the committee wants. I'm usually wrong on how I think things are going to go, so. Some Battletoads, some Bayonetta, B-movie game. 2 B-movie game submissions. Okay, this is the PC version, this first submission, at 2 hours and 20 minutes. This other one's on the Wii for 1 hour and 5. Are these like different games? These are wildly different submission times. It's insane. Yeah, it might be different games. Ooh, okay. 3 BioShock Infinite runs submitted, myself included. So a variety pack submitted one-handed for the Switch, toasted mildly. Submitted glitchless on the PS4, and I submitted any % on PC. You know, I'd like to see BioShock Infinite get into some degree. And this is where I show a bias towards myself, obviously. But BioShock Infinite is already kind of a tough sell, I feel like. As an FPS game, a nearly 2 hour run is always a big ask. When you start adding more time onto that, at 2.5 hours, 2:45, it becomes even harder. But, you know, not impossible. Yeah. This was, I did this for SGDQ 2020. It was an online run. And since then, it has had some new strats, which has brought my personal PB down nearly 10 minutes and could go down further. We got a PB in the game last night. Yeah, a variety pack runs on Switch, which makes one-handed quite a bit easier. Also playing it on a slower version of the game, just being a console version. Especially the Switch version, I feel like does hurt the submission quite a bit. Just because you're kind of just adding time for no reason. Not no reason, but, you know. As speedrunners, we tend to play on the fastest version possible, right? Like, we want to... Even if we count loads out, we still want to get through the game quickly. We don't want to sit in a load screen for 10 minutes when you're just adding on additional load time. Like, that's never a fun thing. But, you know, they might win a glitchless run or a one-handed run or something like that. But the thing with this, right, not only is this one-handed, but it's also not truly any percent. It's not this any percent, right? It's one, HRH mod's not going to work on console. And you're also not doing the FPS strats, right? You're not getting 500 FPS for deck skip on the Nintendo Switch. If you could, holy shit, I'll go buy a Switch today. So it's not that it becomes glitchless, but the strats that you can do gets heavily limited. Like, you could do some death warps, or just get lucky and find Hellrunner's Hat. The mod do. So the HRH mod, which is the mod that we use for every run, at least on PC. It's the Hellrunner's Hat mod that when you get to Battleship Bay and you pick up your first gear, guarantees that it will be the Hellrunner's Hat gear. And that's a piece of equipable item that you can wear, and each gear gives you special properties. And what the Hellrunner's Hat mod does, and why it's so fucking good, and you have to have it for any run that you do, is when you break your shield, you get a temporary speed boost. So not only can you just break your shield and run through the game significantly faster, you can use that to get to areas you're not supposed to. You can death warp through doors even further and hit checkpoints you're not supposed to, and it just skips so much of the game. So not having that mod means that the drop rate for it becomes a 1 in 52 chance. And you can reload the checkpoint, but reloading checkpoint costs like 30, 40 seconds, probably, and many people, myself included, before HRH mod was a thing, have sat there reloading that checkpoint for 30, 40 minutes, trying to get Hellrunner's Hat. So it's like, you can go without it, but... yeah. Bystander Tim. A little birds aren't real the game. Submission for silly games done quick. Look at all this empty room down here. Look at all this empty space. Indie game and student project about the government stopping a local town from spilling the beans on the fact the birds are just government robots. Whoa. You think GDQ is going to expose the government like that? No way it's getting in. Stop them from spilling the secrets by swiftly dealing real bird things like popping balloons, dropping bottles on people's heads, and pooping on them so we can use our internal camera to secretly profile and steal their information. Real bird things. I mean, yeah, right? I don't know anything about Birds Aren't Real the game. But this just told me, like, all of the strats I'm going to see in a 12-minute run. Like, yeah. I know you're going to poop on people and pop balloons and be a silly bird doing silly stuff. It's a good submission. Yeah, I mean, if you put any sort of line break, you just get like 3 things. It's really silly. I don't know why this happens. It's been like that for years. Another Birds Aren't Real the game submission. Holy shit. There's 2 of them. Run is only 6.5 minutes. Oh. Yeah, that's a tough situation then. Allison has a better time, but it means the run itself is significantly shorter. That is a tricky situation. Extra space for the silliness. Yeah, because when you have like these big line gaps, you either get this, which looks just really silly, or you just get a block of text like this, which is just awful to look at, right? A little Black Mesa. Mm-hmm. So this is right here is the perfect example of like what I'm talking about. Since the last time Black Mesa was shown at GDQ, new strategies have been developed, which have brought the world record down by 10 minutes. Like, all of this stuff before, just cut this, right? It's already been in a GDQ, so the committee knows what kind of game it is. They know about it. They know how their last run went. Tell me about this. Right? Like, I mean, they sort of do here, but like, this just seems like they're describing the run from beforehand. Blade 2. Peaches with Blast Core. The classic. The BlazBlue entropy effect. I only know this game because I've been asked to play it like 5 times through emails. The run takes place as 3 different characters of the players choosing 3 total runs of 3 different characters, showcasing a wide variety of combat and decision making for 48 minutes. I could see that getting in. Possibly. It feels like a noon on Tuesday kind of run, you know? A lot of B games I don't know. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. Is this the one Bobby just did? Or is that a different Bloodstain? My memory's already fading. I really should have up GDQ odds so I can just check the stuff without asking, but it's lazy. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, wasn't this also just done? Co-op Blackout Bingo. I pretty much, for me, once again, I'm not the committee. I don't know their opinions on things. When I see a game that was just in a GDQ, unless it's a main, like, super popular game, I'm talking like Elden Ring status, right? Like, the games of all time. I think the chances of it getting in the next event, unless it's a completely different category that's so fucking cool, like 80%'s 20 minutes, and then no major glitches is like an hour, and it's like Doom Eternal, right? Doom Eternal's 80% versus like no major glitches. Wildly different runs, wildly different tech. Both are fucking awesome. That has some leeway, but unless it's that kind of situation, I see like, oh, okay, this was just an AGDQ. It doesn't matter to me what these categories are. I think the chances of getting in are like 2%, if that. Or yeah, if it's Skyward Sword, which is a Zelda game, which is already hugely popular, going from, yeah, 5 hours to an hour and a half, like, yeah, that's another situation. Just the one Borderlands submission. Borderlands pre-sequel. Some Brink submissions. Oh, shit. A little co-op. Got a little 3-player Brink co-op. I have like a sealed copy of Brink. I don't know anything about it other than the fact that I have the game. BS Legend of Zelda. A little Bug Snack submission. Bug Snacks is always cute. I know 80% is not a great category, though, from what little I saw when the game was coming out. Okay, they did all bosses last summer. Yeah, 80% being better would really help that game out, but with the way it is, it is not a great watch for most people, especially for people that want to watch Bugsnax. Like, I'm not saying, you know, everyone wants to watch Glitchless. There's a lot of people that want to watch Glitchless, but there's certain, like, games that, like, they're really going there for a reason, right? You're not watching Bugsnax to see people doing parkour clips into the end of the game. You're watching it for the Bugsnax, right? You're watching it for Bunger. And then the run itself just, like, isn't super fun. Teddy CBT, he submitted this for HDQ as well. I never know the games that Teddy runs, but he's a cool guy. Usually has cool games. Let it in, you know. Some Call of Duty submissions. Oh my god. Both over 2 hours. So not to pick on this, but I love this kind of line. And a submission. This run will showcase precise movement, strategic glitches, and optimized routing. Congrats, you just described speedrunning. You looked up the definition of speedrunning. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. Special episode, 80%, 1 player, 2 controllers. I mean, that's short enough and wacky enough to possibly get in. I always wanted to play this game. It looks like a cute little puzzle game. Like, whenever I bought a Switch, this is probably like one of the first games I'd want to play. Some Castlevanias. A lot of Castlevania. A lot of Castlevania. Oh, geez, a lot of Castlevania. Oh, okay, a lot of it's just Dragon Blitz and Bobby. Okay, I see now. I didn't look at the runners. Bobby and Dragon Blitz just run out the Castlevania block, huh? You know what? They're cool enough. Let all these in. Fuck it. You know, heard it here first. Castlevania block. Put it Thursday, 6:45 p.m. A little Catherine action. Cat lateral damage. Cute. What was it, cats? Some Cave Crawler, Celeste. Like, I know they had a custom Celeste thing at the last GDQ. It's like I don't keep track of Celeste enough at GDQs to know how much was run when. But there you go. There's quite a few selections of all shapes and sizes. I think this is a race. Oh, is that the one from the devs? Yeah. Well, if that's like a 3-way race, 15 minutes, maybe. I don't know. Chained Echoes, 3.5 hour co-op submission, glitchless. Okay. Yep. Just I don't know these games. I don't know these games. Don't know these runners. Spike Vegeta with Chrono Cross. I shouldn't be surprised that there's just like a Spike Vegeta submission I wasn't expecting. Like, I see Spike Vegeta run so many different things all the time. I've like never seen him play Chrono Cross. But you know, one of the most entertaining speedrunners out there. Fuck it, give him 6.5 hours. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely finale bait. More Chrono Cross. Woo, that's a lot of Chrono Cross. Holy. Oh, I guess it's all like relay stuff, yeah. Some Chrono Trigger. City Bus Driver Simulator. We got 2 of these. New co-op race. Okay, we got a little race action. Another silly games. City Bus Driver Simulator is a silly little mobile port where you drive a bus around to pick up and drop off passengers. What isn't so simple is avoiding the rest of the vehicles on the road. I have no desire whatsoever to avoid hitting you. Printing completes all 10 levels in order. A random level order rolls a d10 and dictates the order that we complete the levels in. And we have this other one. Okay, so C averages submitted solo stuff and then race stuff. Got it. I thought maybe submitted other things. My bad line breaks. Nah, I mean it's fine. This is like GDQ formatting, honestly. See, I don't know how you can get breaks like this. I don't know how like DICE has fucking gamed the system to get a line break like this instead of the gap. DICE just knows the secrets, making us all look bad. DICE is the Clock Tower 3 submission. Don't know enough about Clock Tower to say anything on it, but you know. Yeah, anytime I've put in a hitting enter, it gives me this. Like, this is all you see. It's just this line gap. But some people, yeah, some people are sneaking in the 1. It makes no sense. It really doesn't. I think this was submitted to AGDQ as well, because this is like, you look at it for a second, and you're like, wait a second, what does that say? But then it's just palm, yeah. That M's looking like a R and an N real bad. Conquer's bad for a day. Some Contra, your classics. Corpse Party. Didn't they just announce Corpse Party 2 is coming out or something? It's a horror game I don't really know anything about. I know it's got like a little bit of a cult following. Could do well. In 45 minutes, yeah. Could sneak in. A little Crash Bandicoot. I think HDQ had a fuck ton of Crash Bandicoot submissions. Okay, there's a decent amount. The Crash is loose. Crash Bash, Crash Nitro Kart, Crash Twinsanity. Crossroad OS, okay. Got 2 submissions. I played this game and I liked it. I didn't ever look at a run for it. Being 15 minutes. Wait. Is this a race? Oh, they're racing different patches of the game. It's one of those things that sounds like a neat idea. Like, I'm going to run the down patch, I'm going to run the current patch, because they're basically at the same time. Kind of thing. But as a indie game that most people, when I say most, I mean like 95%, maybe even like 99% of people who watch DQs is never going to have seen this game. Running through it as just a single runner is already going to confuse a lot of people. Doing it as a race is going to confuse a lot more people. So now they keep track of 2 things on their screen at once. Doing it on 2 different versions of games that can have differences outside of just, you know, a race, makes it even harder for people to track. Yeah. Even with like on-point commentary to point out the differences, like, it's the same as a randomizer. Randomizers are fun. They're great. They're cool ideas, especially for runners who play these games day in and day out, and communities that really like to follow these games. For a general audience that, you know, has probably never seen the game before, or, you know, the last time I saw it was 20 years ago when they were a kid. they don't care about randomizers. Unfortunately. Crypt of the Necrodancer. Okay, it's a DLC. I was like, I don't recognize the name. Little Cuphead action. I feel like it's been a bit since Cuphead's been in. We got a little bit of an ad break, so I'm gonna pause for a second here. Hey, buddy. For views, yeah, right. It's like when someone's like that good and so dominant of the game, if they submit it, they're just gonna get it every time. For sure. I mean, sometimes if the DLC is like standalone, then it's fine to submit it. Like you could submit the Burial at Sea DLCs for Infinite without submitting the main game. Crypt of the Necrodancer is another one that like I always see in passing, but I never pay attention to it too much. Like they may have just done the main game like not too long ago. It also says it's a new DLC, so. Laura's wanting some attention. Alright. See what else we got? We're in the seas. A little Siberia from Lifelink. All unique deaths. This game would be perfect fit for Silly Block, even when it's being played well. But what really makes it shine over the other are the over-the-top death animations. Slip on an oil slick twice, dead. Touch one wrong button on the security lock, entire facility explodes. There's even one instance where you can literally shoot your own foot off. Yeah. Right? All unique deaths is a weird, wacky category, and this explains like how weird and wacky it gets, right? Great submission. I like it. So yeah, the thing with all unique deaths, like yeah, there might be speed tech to it, but you're doing it like, why are you doing this over like an any % run, right? Any % is usually the standard. It's like, oh, because there's weird, wacky stuff where you can shoot your own foot off. Focus on silly. I mean, yeah, it's the perfect thing to do, right? Speedrun Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic? No, I've never speedrun a Star Wars game. I've never played a Star Wars game. Teddy with the Dark Souls randomizer. Okay. Wasn't expecting that one. I mean, I know he runs it, but... Is there a sales pitch? I mean, it's just like... For all of speedrunning, for the most part, any % is just the go-to standard, right? Like, it's going to be the shortest run. The shorter the run, the more runs you can fit in the marathon, yada, yada, yada. Usually shorter runs are more exciting for the general public. You know, you're not sitting in a cutscene for 20 minutes. It's just constant action, that sort of thing. But when you're doing something outside of any %, then you have to kind of explain why that category is cool. Like, why should we let you do a longer category? Like, you know, if any %'s 30 minutes and you're submitting all unique deaths at 115 or 113, why should we give you that additional 40 minutes instead of just letting in an any % run kind of thing? Right? So it's like, okay. Well, if you're already interested in just the speediness of the game, let me tell you why you should give me those additional 40 minutes, because it's silly, right? Look at all the silly stuff that happens in this run, and there's more to come, right? Sort of thing. Or you have to go the opposite way and explain why any %'s bad, right? If you're doing like no wrong warp down here for the Dark Souls randomizer, it's probably because if you have wrong warps, the game's like 2 minutes long or something, right? Like, oh, amnesia the bunker, any %'s like, yeah, you can let that in, but it's a 5-minute run. Where it's like, oh, glitchless is cool because it's not a minute and a half long run, right? Yeah, also silly block. If you're submitting for specifically silly block, you know, that already kind of puts you into like, oh, okay, this is what to expect from the run. So we got a Dark Souls randomizer, a Dark Souls trilogy, and a Dark Souls remastered. Blindfolded, and the DLC blindfolded. $4 hours for a blindfolded run's a lot. Even for something as popular and as cool as Dark Souls, 4 hours is a long time. That is a lot. Right. If it was, here's an 90% run with an incentive for a couple of boss fights blindfolded, like the final boss or like the hardest boss. Obviously, I don't know Dark Souls because I haven't played Dark Souls 1. But the entirety, like, yeah, it's cool that you did it, but, you know. Yeah, I mean, Breath of the Wild also is fucking Breath of the Wild, right? I mean, not that Dark Souls is too far off of being that big of a name, but I still think Zelda, and specifically Breath of the Wild, is a much bigger selling point. I mean, out of these submissions, there's other Soul submissions. I'm sure there's Elden Ring, there's Liza P, probably some more, right? Out of these three, though, I mean, I think Regal's, it's a trilogy, so you get 3 games in the shortest amount of time, right? And Dark Souls randomizer is cool and is popular. You know, people do follow randomizer runs, but once again, you know, for the casual audience tuning in, is a pretty tough ask. I'd say of the Souls things I know now, I would definitely give this the edge. But yeah, once again, I'm not the committee. They might really decide they want a randomizer this time around. Got the whole Dead Rising shebang here. Dead Rising 1 from Teddy, Dead Rising 2, 3 from Nally and Ecdysis, co-op, and then Nally with Dead Rising 4. Treat Bad Guy with 4, damn. Shush. Yeah, I mean, I know nothing about Dead Rising. I couldn't even tell you which is, you know, the way to go here. I can say Dead Rising 2 at 3.5 hours is a tough sell. When you have, you know, these other ones that are 115, a 105, even like 2 hours. This one's 50 minutes. Yeah. Dead Space 2 and 3. Like, the Dead Space remake run was really, really good. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I like Sharkat. But even at, like, SGDQ 2022, just 2 years, that's still a short time for kind of GDQ submissions, I feel like. Like, oh, it's 2.5 years ago. Like, that surely can come back in. You know, like, when a Dead Space 3 run hasn't been at all. If you're looking, this is an hour and a half, 155. This has been in before, but it's a little newer. This hasn't been in at all. You know. Oh. A little Deadly Premonition. Was it AGQ 2023? Oh. I guess just the solo run. Okay. Then none of them get in. Send them all to space. Get them out of here. Dirty liars. Yeah, I mean, but I don't know. I don't remember schedules at all, unless it literally tells me in the submission pitch. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Death Stranding at 4 hours and 45 minutes. Sheesh. Opening for the marathon. Unhealthy memory for DGQ submissions? Yeah, I don't. I barely remember the schedule while I'm at the event. Overnight? Yeah. That's Death's Door. Death's Door is pretty cute. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you're not getting a lot of variety in that 4 hours and 45 minutes. It's like you're getting you know what you're getting for that entire time. Deliver us the moon. There's another one again, right? This happens all the time. It's like, to me, I don't know why you want to expand. We have in the last year discovered many interesting and unique tricks throughout the entire run to cut down time to below an hour. And then never mentions what any of those tricks are. Or what any of those interesting, unique tricks are. Right? I don't know. I don't need to know that the game is based on the moon. I don't need to know it's a linear progression style game. You're here to tell me about the many interesting and unique tricks throughout the entire run. Just cut the rest. Take that sentence and expand it. You know? Oh, Deltarune. I might start flying through some of these. Deus Ex randomizer at 240. Whoo! Mentium 2. Not only that, it's HD. Oh, it's from Astrid. Yeah, I don't know this game at all. I'm assuming if Astrid's playing it, it's a horror type of game. Maybe I should look into it. The DMCs, the Devil May Cries. How many of these we got? Devil May Cry, Devil May Cry, Devil May Cry 2, Devil May Cry 2, Devil May Cry 3, Devil May Cry 5, Devil May Cry Trilogy. Shoosh! Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when any of these were last in. I don't know the differences between them. But there's a lot of them. Diablo 4, 4-player co-op hardcore campaign. Damn. Most of waifu? Yeah, there's a lot. The series could be over. Yeah, I know, right? Is he gonna cry or is he not? Like 4 hours is a bit too much for that kind of thing, but kind of like the Death Stranding. Like they could just like, all right, yep, this is the one long game we're gonna take to slap at like 8 a.m. or something, right? Like. A little Diddy Kong Racing. Okay, not a little, a lot of Diddy Kong Racing. Jesus. What is it? Okay, Diddy Kong Racing Randomizer. Oh, and it's a race. What is it? What gets randomized? There's random magic codes which affect different aspects of gameplay, which will be randomly applied on track-by-track basis. Okay, that doesn't tell me anything. What does that mean? Loading zones, balloons, amount of laps, vehicles, normal versus mirror mode are completely random. Yeah, I mean, that's another one, like, this is cool for runners, right? Like, having all that stuff, like, it mixes up the variety, keeps things fresh. As a casual viewer of the game who, if you're a fan of Diddy Kong Racing, played it as a kid 20 years ago, right? Like, this stuff's just gonna confuse them and turn them away. I feel like, you know, like, oh, they come in and it's like a mirror mode. Like, what? This is not the game that I remember playing. And tune out. Also, if it's a race, BioShock Infinite. I think my strongest mission's Soma, but we'll see. I want to be too upset with Infinite getting in. Although, I didn't talk about it with Infinite. There is one potential problem if Infinite got in, and it was my submission and not one of the other two. I have to really make sure, which I think they are. I think at this point GDQ PCs are good enough to get the FPS required, but that could be one potential sticking point. Because that game needs very high FPS. We're talking able to hit 500 FPS on certain areas. But I think those PCs could easily do it. Yeah, I mean, we'll get to Soma when we get down to the S's, so we got a while. But like between the two, taking all the other submissions out of it, which I think is a fair thing to do, honestly. Infinite, I last ran it at SGDQ 2020. Soma hasn't been in since SGDQ 2016, right? I think being significantly shorter at just around the hour mark, not being in for a much longer amount of time, gives it a bigger edge. But they're also different games, right? One's an FPS, one's a horror game, which also affects things, right? If there's a ton of really good FPS submissions, they might be like, all right, we're going to let this horror in. Vice versa, they're like, oh, there's a ton of horror games, we'll give them a FPS game. You know, let's go back to HDQ, where I was like, you know what? Trepang is like my power submission. I think Trepang's getting in. And then what happened? Sprawl got in and Trepang got him back up. Right? I was like, oh, Amnesia the Bunker? That's like 20-minute glitchless fucking game just came out. Everyone's loving it. Surely, like, this is a strong submission. Didn't even get back up. Like, yeah, you just never know. Well, Dino Crisis. All categories are an hour 40. 90% no weapon, best ending. That seems strange. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Sprawl was another fast-paced shooter that was like half the time of my other submissions, so. And it worked out, you know? It worked out for the best. Sprawl was a great run, then Trepang got on backup, and that was a great run too. And I think if it had been the other way around, Trepang getting in and then Sprawl getting in off backup would not have done as well. Because I more than likely would not have had the dev on commentary. Which I think sold Sprawl. A little Dishonored. I'm surprised more people aren't submitting Dishonored any percent. Now the cutscene mod got implemented, that like speeds up the game significantly, cuts out 10 minutes. That's why this glitchless runs 30 minutes when the glitchless record's like 35 or something. Or yeah. I know Chop submitted any percent when the mod first got introduced, but no one else has submitted it since then, which is surprising. It's like one of those things, like if I was really trying my hardest to get a run in, like I'd go pick Dishonored back up again and submit that. But yeah, I could still see this getting in. Dishonored glitchless is cool. You know, it's short. I think the cutscene mod potentially hurts Dishonored a little bit. Like, why are they just speeding through all these cutscenes and stuff? You'd have to kind of explain what's going on there. There's also like no indication in the submission itself that that's being used. Like for the Hillrunner's hat, I put it like that's the category name, but I would still put in the pitch like, hey, we use the Hillrunner's hat mod for this. Some Disney games. Cool, cool. Okay, this one's a TAS. Some more Devil May Cry. A lot of Devil May Cry coming out this time around. DK64 randomizer. Is this also a race, or are these all just separate submissions? Okay, this looks like 4 separate submissions for Donkey Kong 64 randomizer. I mean, this once again goes back to the randomizer talk. I've tuned in to Spike Vegeta running a Donkey Kong 64 randomizer run, and I literally have zero idea what's going on the entire time. I could watch for like 30 minutes and I have zero idea. And I mean literally zero. I'm like, I don't know what any of the things you're picking up do. Nothing logically makes sense. And you can explain it with commentary, but commentary can only like do so much for this thing. And it's an hour and a half to 2 hour submission. Maybe they take it. I don't know. That are watchable. There's some, yeah. Depends on how much gets randomized. Oh, for sure. So the randomizer is great for speedrunners and their communities, but from a GDQ perspective and a marathon perspective, like, is not the selling point that you think it is. It makes it substantially harder to get in. Another one. I think Pokemon randomizers do well for like a casual audience, but those are also just not marathon friendly because they're Pokemon, you know? Like you can sit down and watch someone do a Pokemon randomizer and follow along to some extent, right? There's going to be some stuff that like kind of confuses you, but for the most part, you're still going to realize like, oh, this Pokemon has to use this type of move to attack the other type of Pokemon. Yeah, also the random, like the estimate too. You have to account for a lot of stuff going very, very poorly. With Zelda. Like Ocarina of Time randomizers do somewhat well because just everyone fucking knows Ocarina of Time. Like the back of their hand, right? But that's a very like rare situation. More Donkey Kong. Whoo! Donkey's getting the love. Holy. So much Donkey. Shoosh. Alright, some Doom. Alright, we got Doom 2016 from Dangerous. Which yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example of kind of what we've been talking about. Like, SGDQ just had Doom 100% Ultra Nightmare, or not Ultra Nightmare, but Nightmare, right? While this is a different category, being on Classic, so you can do some checkpoint loading stuff, it's still Doom 2016 100%, right? Like, if this was any percent, or a much shorter category, we're talking like under the hour mark, maybe, because it's Doom, and Doom's cool, and people like Doom. But this is like, it, yeah. So that's oof. Yeah, if it's a randomizer race, then yeah, no shot. Doom for the SNES? SNES board, wait, what? I mean, they just had Ultimate Doom, episodes 1 to 4 by Zello. I mean, this is on the SNES. I don't know why you'd want to run it on the SNES. It's also on the easiest difficulty, which is very un-Doom-like. I mean, it's a technical marvel, sure, but like as a marathon run, like, Doom 64. I could see this getting in. I thought this was the best Doom submission last time around. I could definitely see Doom 64 getting in. No, yeah, the watch me. Oh, wait. I don't think the no's supposed to be here. The Watch Me Die category hasn't been in since 2014. Like, no, I agree. I fully agree. I think there was a time and place where like certain gimmicks would definitely get you there, but then it got the. I've talked about gimmicks in speedrunnings many times over. Like, the first couple blindfolded runs, cool, awesome. A randomizer here or there, cool, awesome. Weird, wacky controller stuff, but now like you can go on Twitch and like every other runner is doing some sort of gimmick, and I'm just completely over every gimmick out there. Right? It's like, oh, you can beat the Bioshock trilogy blindfolded. Like, cool. I'd rather just see a regular Bioshock trilogy run, right? Like, it's impressive, sure, but to me, it doesn't matter if you beat the game with a dance pad or your voice or with your brain. Like, I just, I've seen so many different things that I've just like, it's empty. But it's the same for like TaskBot or like the rhythm game showcases. Like, they're cool 1 or 2 times, but we don't need them 4 events in a row, right? Like, it's the same for like the Super Mario Maker like relays. Like, it's cool, but we don't need them every event. Right? I get people like Mario, I get people like, you know, you can get multiple runners on stage, yada yada, but Double Dragon Gaiden. Dragon Ball Evolution. Is this a game based off of the movie Dragon Ball Evolution? Oh dear God. It hosts the characters from the universally panned live-action film and was released before its source did. Oh, dear God. I don't know if this will get in the marathon, but I want to see what this game looks like. Dear God. DuckTales. Once again, most of the games, most of these runners, I just don't know. They're not in my wheelhouse. Unless I see something that catches my eye. Damn, got the whole Google Doc. Shoosh. And okay, let's go back to what we were just saying, right? If you have to link a Google Doc for people to understand the things about the flags and the format, how are you going to do this in person? Right? How are you? Let me just read from my Google Doc real quick and explain all of this stuff to you, right? As we do this 2-player race randomizer thing. Yeah, there's a lot of things that, like, it's a spectacle, and it's like that spectacle only has so much appeal, right? Because when it comes down to it, the actual run itself, the content, is kind of just, like, not that great. You know. Perfect analogy. You guys ready for this? It's like you accidentally overcook your steak, and now you have a well-done steak, right? That's the run. So you cover it in steak sauce because it tastes better. And at first you're like, oh man, this kind of tastes good. And then you get to the meat and you're like, oh, this is a well-done steak I'm eating. Where you could just have a properly cooked steak, right? And if you want a little steak sauce on the side to dip it in, yeah, maybe. His name was actually Steakspear. Commonly ordered. Oh, I'm yeah. I don't doubt it. Don't let speedrunners cook. True. If you let speedrunners cook, they're going to try to get food done faster by turning up the heat. That's what you get. Oh, and this needs to be 20 minutes at 400 degrees? Let's turn it up to 800 degrees at 10 minutes. El Paso elsewhere? I wonder if PMC Trilogy submitted this as well. And it's just not showing up. Because I thought he was like really... set on showing that game? Also, I didn't realize this was an hour and 40 minutes. I thought this was a much shorter game. If you don't cook the food, it gets done faster. That's true. Just eat everything raw. It's bloody raw. Okay, here's our Elden Rings. Okay, yeah, some of these are definitely not showing yet. So I think Blanks said he submitted Elden Ring as well. So maybe some missing from here, but yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't look at the name of this. So I was like, why is this any percent 35 minutes and this one's 2 hours and 40 minutes? That's because it's a randomizer. So I think Blanks was doing a different category, like any percent, not any percent, but like glitchless. It was like an hour-long category, which I think would do pretty well. You know, we had the very quick Elden Ring run at HDQ. We have the DLC coming out just before the event. I think a little longer, less broken category would do really, really well. Sorry, did it go? Yeah. But I just played Elden Ring like right before SGDQ, so I've not been following the Souls runs submitted. I think they would take either your run, Mitch, or Blink's, depending on how many they want. I think Elden Ring has a good shot, but yo, Flo, the 34 months, welcome on back, thank you. I don't know if, it's so dumb that the Partner Plus thing doesn't update automatically. It's so silly. We may be a couple points higher on that. Let me refresh it. Okay. Because I also like the Dark Souls trilogy. I think it's a pretty good Souls submission. I just think with Elden Ring having the DLC right before it coming out, and this fucking Elden Ring, I could see one of those two getting in. They might go crazy and take the randomizer. I still think that's a wild ask at 240 for a randomizer. Like if Elden Ring randomizer was an hour and a half, sure. Three times past 2 years? Yeah, but it's Elden Ring. I mean, we're definitely going to see the DLC come SGDQ. I mean, if Elden Ring DLC was coming out when it could be submitted for the second submission block, absolutely, but it's just too late. Let's wait until DLC. Yeah, they might also do that and just take the Dark Souls trilogy and like, I don't know, another Lies of P category or something. Yeah, it was a bid war. That's true. I mean, it was very one-sided, but yeah. Yeah, if Sekiro submitted on its own, they could take that too, especially because it didn't get in the bid war. They might just be like Dark Souls trilogy and Sekiro. We got on the ease. Escape the Curse of the Temple. Tabletop. What the hell? I'm assuming this would be played on Tabletop Simulator or something if it's a tabletop game. Or are they actually doing this like breaking out a table? I feel like I would need to see this actually done to have a real opinion on it. Because I'm kind of confused of what it looks like. There's also board games and tabletop games are super confusing to follow if you're not familiar with the rules and stuff. If you're rapid firing stuff like constantly, you're just gonna lose people. Like anytime you break out a board game to play with people, how many times has someone just like grabbed the manual and just like, all right, I'm just gonna sit here and read this for like the next 5 to 10 minutes. Right? It takes people forever to catch on to board games. If you're just showing up and like rapid firing these like dice rolls and stuff's happening. It's also strange the math doesn't add up. So say each game takes 10 minutes, right? Each round, each game takes 10 minutes. But they have a 10-minute buffer on each one. So 2 rounds is 30 minutes instead of like 25. And this is with a strictly 10-minute time limit. So if you know it's a 10-minute time limit, you can't go over that. Feels a little extra buffery. Some Evil Zone submissions. Tournament finals. Oh, they're not all 3 submitting together. Okay, so Caveman and Dragon are submitting co-op, and then there's a separate Evil Zone submission. Like, yeah, this kind of, like, submission pitch, like, this to me, like, I'm not a fan of, personally, right? Like, this stuff might be true, but putting it in your submission just feels like it does you no favors at all. The game that has had a tournament featured at least 6 GDQs, behind the scenes, not actually on screen, and is promoted heavily, promoted by Spike Vegeta at HGDQ 2024. Like, how does this sell me on you running this in the marathon? Like, I love Spike Vegeta, but just because he heavily promoted something, you know. It's also like, there's like Smash tournaments at GDQs every time too, right? Like, yeah, and it also, you know, kind of helps out the other submission where they're actually like playing against each other. Okay, now that I've read theirs, so they're gonna have the tournament still, and then they want to showcase the top bracket on stage. Personally, not a fan of that. So while it does have, you know, history at GDQs, I've seen Evil Zone being played at GDQs. It's not a speedrun. It's not speedrunny. It's a showcase of something, but it's also like, I don't know. Want something to run Sprawl Solera 30-hour D-Rust? Just don't be as good at Sprawl. Just go run inbounds. Go finish routing inbounds. Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna be doing this anyways. Fuck it, we'll submit it, see if they want something kind of silly. But just personally not a fan of that kind of thing. Because then it's like, why don't you just have like a whole fighting game tournament and then showcase the stuff on stream, like, you know. The rolls in inbound super tight? Not really. I kind of use just my best judgment of just don't go in the unplayable space. Like, there's, like, if you watch a couple of my levels, like, E1, M3, like, I still kind of did that the same way, because I think, like, boosting through the air in an unplayable area is fine, but as long as you don't land on something. E3, M1. I didn't know. Wait, E3, M1. No. I ran through all the rooms. Fear 2. First from Maxi. I think the only thing, like, against Fear 2 is the ending. But I think he said in the past he would just pause the game and pretend like it's over before the ending got showcased. I mean, yeah, Fear 2 has had some new strats for sure. I actually want to go back and work on Fear again. My plan was always to do the Fear trilogy at some point, and we got like Endo learning Fear 2, and I just didn't make it the whole distance. So, I mean, I think Maxi's really pulling for Shenmue, and it's been pulling for Shenmue for some time, but I could see this sneaking in. Do I think Shenmue's the power submission? Probably not. No. I'll see what his other ones. RE1 probably is good. I always thought Visage was kind of his strongest submission. As someone who hates Visage, Tutios again. I think just the ending, but you can kind of just pause the game before it gets to the Monka TOS section, right? But everything up until there should be fine. Love Shenmue. I mean, popular game, it's just long, right? For how long it is, it's not that popular. Sort of dealio. Little Fable. Factorial 100% 5-hour run. Let it in. Finale. Okay, let's point out another thing down here, right? We had someone describing speedrunning earlier, but now they just described commentating. I can easily describe what I'm doing and why it matters during the run, and make it exciting for new and unfamiliar viewers of the game. This should be 100% implied. Yeah. And if you really want to like showcase that, like, oh no, I go above and beyond, you do that in your submission. You do that in the video. Yeah. Congratulations, you just described commentating a GDQ run. Got some faith submissions. Play in turbo mode. In turbo mode, you can choose between 2 times or 4 times speed. 4 times speed is very difficult to clear, but I can do it. What a submission pitch. Yeah, I mean, an hour and a half is a lot of faith. I don't know much about faith because I still need to play it, but while running, either way, it's just implied, right? That either you yourself will commentate the run, or you will have a couch come and do it for you, right? It's like me saying I'm going to go fast in my game. It's implied. Like, no one's going to show up to a GDQ run and like just not have any commentary at all. I mean, they could, and it usually looks really bad. But to some degree, you're going to commentate it, right? See, here's what I'm getting at. Even though this isn't inherently a negative thing, right? This isn't taking away from the run at all. It's not taking away from the submission. It doesn't add anything to the submission. That's what I'm getting at. Even neutral is bad. Because you have, I think the limit's 500 characters, right? You have this much space to tell me why your run is more exciting than all of these other submissions we're going through. We've been going for nearly 2 hours, and we're at the Fs, right? There are hundreds and hundreds, thousands of submissions. If you're just giving me neutral statements about your game, and other people are selling me like, this is a weird, wacky, you shoot your own foot off kind of silliness, right? Like, you got to elevator pitch it. And if your elevator pitch is, yeah, I can do what's expected of me, okay. So can all of these other runners. Especially when you're offering a 5-hour submission, you better be selling selling it really fucking hard. When your sales pitch for a 5-hour run is, I can commentate this run. See ya. Yo, Klepto with the 38 months. The Bean Boy, Bean Man himself. The Bean Burrito. What's up, dude? Thank you for that. The Partner Plus thing does take forever to update. I think we should technically be at like 94, 95 maybe. And we only have less than 5 hours to get that 100-point threshold. So, you know, if you like the speedruns I do, like these streams where I shit on other runners. Trying to hit that 100 threshold before the month's up. Fuck speedruns. Klepto subscribing at tier 2 for 38 months. Sheesh. Climbing the leaderboards. Oh my god. The step up. The double bean burrito. The double beefy bean layer bean dip burrito. Yeah, there's also that. Like, obviously we can't watch their VOD submissions because they took that away a while ago. But yeah. But if you're worried, you can't... If you're worried about selling yourself commentating a run, then that's what you make a submission video for. Right? I personally... I'm a known entity. I've done 24 runs. The GDQ committee knows how I can commentate runs, right? Like, that's not a question. So I can just link my PB and get away for it, get away with it. But if you're someone new, and you're like, this is my first time submitting, I want to make sure they know I can commentate it, just do a run on your stream or offline and commentate it the way that you would at a GDQ, right? And then send that to them. Now, will they watch through the whole thing? Probably not. They will probably skim and click a couple things. Yeah, if you do a hotfix run, I've done that before. So I get special treatment because I've just been running games for so long and I'm well known. But I've never gone out of my way to make a like specific GDQ submission video. I've thought about it, like maybe I should, but that's a do as I say, don't do as I do kind of thing. That's one I'm like fully aware. Like, yeah, I get away with that because I can. I'm not saying you should, but it's also a thing like. If you're going out of your way to make a GDQ submission video, you don't need to stress like every second of it. They'll probably click on it if they don't know you or the game and like kind of skim around, but they're not going to sit and watch the whole hour-and-a-half VOD. Be like, oh, this one gap here where he's not doing a trick, he wasn't commentating it properly or something, right? Balloon screen memes? I mean, probably. Let me check on something real quick. See if YouTube's done processing this video. Nope. All right. Didn't think so. Fallout Anthology. Okay, bringing it back from HGQ 2020. Glitchless, though. Ooh. No, I still write up submission pitches. I don't bother with the video side of things. It's one of I probably could get away with doing basically no effort on my actual pitch itself, but it's just one of those things. I like doing that for many different reasons. Yeah, I mean 4 hours is a lot. That's a lot of Fallout. I also don't think this submission pitch helps it necessarily. This feels like, to me, I could see it weaseling its way in. It just depends on other submissions. Right? This is one of those. Are there more games that they'd rather have in than this? Use all 200, yeah, or all 2,000. Fashion Police Squad from Dangerous. See, me and Dangerous, in terms of submission pitches, are wildly different, right? Not to call him out personally, a cool guy, got no issues with him, but like, to me, the way I view submission pitches, I would rip this apart. I doubt I really need to introduce you to this one. I mean, if you don't need to introduce him, I mean, you don't need to say this. Y'all remember HGQ 2023, right? More filler. Realistically, I know New Game Plus is the best shot, but 100% would show off almost the whole game with plenty of time for memes. So it was in HGQ 2023, right? Not too long ago. So explain why these categories are cool and should come back, right? Instead of just saying. Also, I'm never a fan, like, you, the runner, know what you want to show off, right? Like, Dangerous probably wants to show off 100%. If you asked him, honest to God, which of the two would you rather do, New Game Plus or 100%? He'd probably say 100%. But you submit New Game Plus because you think it has a better shot of getting in. That's just like a thing. If you're submitting, you kind of know, right? I've done the same. It's like, oh, I'd like to show off this category, but this one's more realistic. You don't need to tell the GDQ staff that, right? They know what the best shot is because they're the ones making it. If you really want to show off 100%, then sell them on 100%. Fuck it. I mean, if you want to go the extra step, don't even offer New Game Plus. Right? If you're like dead set, like, I want to run 100%, just offer that and explain why it's the GOAT category. Right? In my opinion, right? Maybe this works. Maybe they let it in, but I'd be like, yeah, New Game Plus, I'm submitting that, but I think 100% is cooler, even though it's an extra hour, because it shows off more levels, more secrets, it's got more tech, it does this, it does that, right? So once again, you're trying to sell the committee on your game and your categories. So sell them. When you're just like, have these submissions, this one's probably the one you want, but I'd like to show this one off, like, yeah, I mean, I put out on Twitter, like, if people, I did it a little late, but I was like, if anyone who wants to send me their submission before they submit it, because I think I did it like Tuesday or Wednesday, and no one hit me up. I was like, okay. So I'm not going to write a submission for you. I'm not going to do that, but, you know. I thought even for, like, this time, but it's too late. Maybe for AGDQ, I'd actually make like a full video tutorial of like, here are the do's and don'ts from someone who's done it. All right, I'm curious. Okay, one other Fierce to Fathom. So this is kind of my fifth. I just threw it in there kind of thing. Because usually I have like really strong submissions I want to do. So Soma, BioShock Infinite, even that was kind of sketchy, and Amnesia. And then I just kind of search around, like, what have I been running lately? What would be kind of cool to showcase? And that, for me, that was Fears to Fathom. So I think it's kind of my weakest, honestly, but I could see it sneaking in. So look over mine first and then see what the Hitchhike one is. So because it's Fears to Fathom Anthology, Fears to Fathom Anthology, which is 4 episodic games together. It's what I offered. The other submissions for one of the games. It's kind of hard to sell. Like, you can't talk about all of the stuff. You only have 500 characters, right? But Fears Fathom is an anthology series where each game you play is a new character trying to survive the nights of a creepy story. Plenty of silly strats help us get through the night alive, like getting the zoomies from drinking too much soda and boosting off the watchtower to avoid a crazy cult chase. Submitting the 4 episodes that are currently out is 1 run, 4 different stories, 4 different characters, 2 entire trays of lasagna eaten, 1 Jeffrey, and even a piece of cardboard dipped in milk. So it's like I talked about the silly strats that you get, being the soda and this, and even like down here, it's like you eat 2 trays of lasagna throughout. Like, how's that part of the game, right? It's a silly thing that intrigues you. I could see this getting in. You know, it's just about the hour mark, real time. Pretty short, pretty fun, chill, cozy games. Like, this could be like a 4 to 6 a.m. kind of thing. But it's just one of those that it depends on more so if if I get something else in, right? And sometimes your only competition is yourself. There are plenty of submissions I've done where I feel like they didn't get in because I had other submissions that got in instead. Right. And that's not even what I feel. I know that for a fact, right? Like, there are ones that I want to showcase and do that just don't get in because I submitted something better. And this very easily could be one of those. Categories you're running too short. Yeah, that's fair. Shorter games are tricky to get in. Like anything under 15 minutes starts to become like just as hard as getting an hour-long game in. Which is weird to say, but although with how they're doing the setup now and how easy it is to transfer from one game to the next, they might be a little bit more open to those like 10-minute games than they were before, which, I mean, they were never against it, but when you're doing 10 minutes of setup for a 10-minute game, that felt a bit silly. Whereas now it's like, okay, well, we can do a 2-minute setup for a 10-minute game. Could be more viable. Okay. So we also have a Fears to Fathom Norwood Hitchhike, which is the second game in the series. She just submitted any percent. Fears to Fathom Norwood Hitchhike is part 2 of currently 4 total episodes. It's a standalone game where he plays a character who's traveling on the road late at night. Stuff happens and everything goes wrong. I'm also assuming this is a down patch version. The run consists of you go out of bounds with your car, drink a bunch of cola to get immense speed. Brought up the same trick. Plus, you have to hold your breath. Don't speak during a certain section in the game. If you don't, you lose. It's a great, short, and comfy little speedrun horror game. It sells the individual game pretty well. Obviously, I can't sell 4 games in one pitch. Just don't have the space for it. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the down patch version if they're doing the driving out of bounds part, which I offered the current patch because I don't personally like half of the down patch strats across the series. So I think the biggest disadvantage of the anthology is my own self, because I think Soma is kind of the stronger horror submission from me. So I could see them just letting in the Norwood Hitchhike by itself. Could definitely see that. We shall see. We shall see. Final Fantasy out the wazoo. I don't know who the Brutals is, but these submission pitches. These are something else. It's the best Final Fantasy, man. You guys ain't run it since 2019. It's time for a new run, you get me? The route has changed since then and features a more stripped down and streamlined route. Some exciting new strategies. 9-hour submission. Also submits FF7. Absolute banger. You ran it last year, but FF7, so you should run it again. Submitting both any percent and no slots despite not having run slots yet. But I'm currently learning it, and it's all transferable knowledge. This means the category video is a bit wrong, but don't worry about it. And submits Final Fantasy VIII. People love FF8. Trust me. I'm people. Perfect for overnight streaming it now from nips and spreadsheets. Great job. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Yeah, I was actually looking for Rebirth. I guess it didn't come out in time for the submissions. Yeah, I think Rebirth would absolutely take the cake. He likes them long. Who doesn't? Some Fire Emblem. Percent 4-person co-op. Oh, okay, it's a Phasmophobia type game. Forspoken. I think this was offered for SGDQ as well, because I was kind of blown away by it. A 2-hour Forspoken run. Good luck. Fortnite, woo! Frogger, he's back. Frogger's cool. I mean, Frogger is a game, like, you don't really have to explain Frogger. People know what Frogger is, right? Like, it's kind of short submission. So yeah, it's Frogger. What more do I need to tell you? It's a frog that jumps across a street. If I need to explain more, you probably shouldn't be on the games committee. Froggers. Whoa, poggers? Poggies? Garbage Pail Kids. GBA Spyro Trilogy. I didn't know there were Spyro games on the GBA. 2 hours. Woo. Some Geometry Dash emissions. Got all different. Gotcha. Ghost Runner 2 hour and 15. I can see this getting in. I could definitely see this being in. Streams so chill. Yeah, I don't know him at all. So yeah. So I thought I remember seeing submissions for it for SGDQ. It's kind of surprising it didn't yet. But if it was for second submission, they may have already just like kind of filled their quota for FPS games. That may have been the reason why. That's cool. Yeah, random rating is a little sketchy sometimes, but every now and then you find someone you vibe really well with. Engulf it wrong hole only race. I saw this on Twitter. All right, got some GTAs. Kazo, is there one? Oh, is this Kazo mod? Yeah, I mean, 25 minutes for a Kazo mod for GTA. Grand Theft Auto Vice City is one of the most popular speed games of all time. Is this true? Can anyone show me proof of this? I know it's a well-liked run. So one of the most popular speed games of all time? Someone check the stats on that one? Where are we pulling that one? Yeah, any Mario, Zelda, half the indie games that come out and rule speedrun.com for like a week, Minecraft. Grey's Anatomy. An hour and 40 and 6 hours of Grey's Anatomy. Woo. Also, that pitch is not... Imagine Trauma Center, but much less compelling from both a gameplay and story perspective. Yeah. I definitely want your game that is less compelling than something else. That sounds... sounds wonderful. Thank you. It's a Nintendo Wii is the platform with it. Gris. I mean, Gris kind of like Abzu earlier. Like, I like the game casually. It's cool. It's chill. I don't know anything about the run for it, but, you know. An hour and a half for what Gris is probably too much. Should probably watch around at some point. Ruby Heart with Hades crowd control. This goes back to like the gimmick thing. I think if this wasn't 3 hours and was a much shorter estimate, sure. This gimmick could work. Also, speaking about yourself in third person is kind of weird in the pitch. Like if this was an hour, I think they can get done easily. Even though they just did Hades at SGDQ and did pretty well with it. I think that estimate's really high. Oh, Half-Life 2 submission. Okay, it's a race submission, got it. I expect a decent amount of Halo. So I've seen quite a few people pick it up. Got Halo 2, Halo 3 4-player co-op legendary. Got Halo 3 easy co-op. Halo 3 MCC easy co-op. Halo 4 legendary. Yeah, I mean, I'm completely biased against Halo. Anytime I've watched the Halo run, I'm bored out of my mind. Like, as an FPS runner, I think there's some cool tricks in there, but overall, just the general movement looks so slow to me that I can't watch a full run. Like the grenade boost and like a couple of the tricks, like if you put it in clip format, throw it on TikTok, sure, awesome. A full run, I'm checking out 10 minutes in. Neat. Never as good as I hope. Yeah. I don't know. Like maybe being 4 players would make it more enticing. Maybe a little bit more action going on, but yeah, I mean that's completely biased, and I'm aware. It's like Halo's got its fan base for sure. Immensely popular series, does well speedrunning wise. I just have I don't know. Halo for me, I see it, I check out. So I will have to remember. I could pull it up now. I'm just lazy. Just bring up like GDQ VODs. Actually fact check some of this stuff. This just caught my eye for a second. On the surface, Halo 3 is an FPS game. But for the speedrun, it's really a game about physics and momentum. Wow. 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 Haven. I was thinking Hexen for a second. I was like, Nicole Goodnight runs Hexen? I was like, what? I don't know what Haven is. Hearthstone, woo! It was? Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the Halo series should be in every so often, and if it's the same game, definitely not. Little heave ho. Has this ever been in a GDQ? I feel like it hasn't, but I'm kind of surprised it hasn't. Okay, 2-player co-op. Udon from Chaos Wolf. I think I have this on my playlist. I'm assuming this is a boomer shooter of some variety. Its movement is fast for everything that includes rocket jumps. Okay, yeah, it's a fucking boomer shooter. It's like if Chaos Wolf is submitting it to a GDQ, it's gotta be. Yeah, I think that's on my playlist. Helldivers 2 tutorial, no out of bounds, 6-minute submissions. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I want to read the pitch. It's a video I made a couple weeks after launch that I intended to be informative and also entertaining. It's a tight run with picture-in-picture edits, trying to cram too much info into a short time. Haha. There's time early in the run where a glitch is set up by entering, exiting, and re-entering the tutorial. There's an opening cutscene, unskippable, no other downtime. If chosen, I will develop performances for this run that lean more comedic or more informative that appreciate the time. This is also one of those, like, reading this, I can absolutely tell this is someone who, like, this is their first submission ever. Right. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. But this to me reads like someone was playing Helldivers 2, made this video, and was like, oh, this is kind of short, like kind of a speed run, let me submit it. Kind of thing, right? Submit it be longer. I was talking about this before, with at least how they did it at AGQ. Setups should be significantly shorter now, especially if they keep improving upon it. I mean, 6 minutes, yeah, like this is still super, super short, but they might be a little bit more open to shorter games, like 10 minutes. I'm not talking like a 3-minute run. 2 separate Hello Kitty roller rescue submissions, and it's not a race, but they're the same estimate. Wow. Interesting. Hi-Fi Rush. I know Hi-Fi Rush is at SGDQ. That is one I got in off second submission, I think. Yeah, their new setup is really nice. I'm glad they finally decided to do that. Because the double setup has been suggested for a very long time, and apparently it was just like a bottleneck at their audio setup, which is the reason why they couldn't do it previously, but it's a new mixer or something. It's the reason they can do dual setups, and it's great. Some Hollow Knight submissions. Woo! Okay, there's at least a race in here. I mean, Hollow Knight's cool. I don't know when it was last in, but there's a lot. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, there's so much Hollow Knight. Dear God. Dear God. Hot dog reporter. Okay, we kind of talked about like gimmicky stuff before. And this is a really rare submission, but it comes up every now and then of having races be like best of, or like we're gonna do multiple runs of this in a row to kind of, because it's a short run, you know, as we talked about, like very short runs have a hard time getting in, so we're just gonna do multiples of them. Personally, I'm not a fan. I think if it's like a really interesting game or like a really popular game, maybe it can work, but I think it has to be something really special. To want it be a race 3 times in a row. Stick around for Hot Dog Reporter. H-Drop. This is another boomer shooter I have to play at some point. Submit it the same category twice. Submission pitch doesn't seem to imply you submitted 2 things. Probably just like misclicked, or it didn't go through properly and it doubled up. Man, we're just in the H's. Got some I Am games. We got I Am Fish from Poot Loops. I feel like I Am Fish wasn't in too long ago. I remember seeing Poot Loops do some sort of run not too long ago. I thought it was I Am Fish. I don't remember. Yeah, like an hour and a half is a little on the long side for that kind of game. If anyone is in beta. My memory's hazy. Got Wolsk with a couple fan games. IQ Final. Exclusive build from the devs or something? Interesting. Okay, it was Big Law. I remember Big Law running the game. I couldn't remember if he was the one that did it. Did Poot Loops run something at a different GDQ recently? Maybe it was like a hotfix or something. My room is so toasty. Sweating. Right now I'm bread. 2022. I feel like it was more recent than that. What I'm thinking of. I've just been thinking of like a hot fix or something. A little Indiana Jones game. Inscription. I thought my scroll wheel broke for a second. I'm a huge fan of Inscription and Daniel Mullen's games. You know, Pony Island, The Hex, great stuff. I don't know how Inscription works as a speedrun. I can see like an hour and 17 getting in for sure. Yeah, I mean, I probably should at some point watch a run of it. Point and click adventure game will never happen unless the game's name missed. Wow. What if the game's called Riven? The sequel to Mist. Ah, shit, you got me. The Squeal. Takes 2 inbounds. Game's 2 hours inbounds? That's crazy. Jazz Punk. Okay, a little Jazz Punk submission. I think Catling's been submitting Jazz Punk a couple times and it hasn't gotten in. From Osborne. Time to rip into it. No. Jazz Punk is an absurd satirical game where the player is an undercover agent sent on various missions. In Special Agent, the runner performs several ridiculous tasks and unlock all achievements. Robbing a bank, the iconic wedding quake, and consuming vast quantities of jelly to fulfill ethical responsibilities. And that's just 3 out of nearly 30 achievements that this run gets. See, I mean, that explains over any percent. Like, yeah, this is some of the ridiculous stuff. And that's just a taste, you know? There's a small drop in the big pond. This run also has new save, load, and out-of-bounds glitches that have been implemented since its last showing at SGDQ 2020. Yeah, I mean, that's... I don't run Jazz Punk, but if I did, this is pretty much what I'd write up. I'd probably flip the two. But yeah, like... Nothing wrong with that at all. And Jazz Punk's, you know... It's a shilly game. Yeah, I knew Catlink was into it for a bit. Oh, she submitted anything for SGDQ or not? Got you into the game? Oh, hell yeah. It's cool. Jenny Leclue. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Those are long estimates. Holy shit. There's a 6-hour run, a 7-hour run, a 4-hour run, and a 5-hour run. Oh my god. The no dialogue script categories create a more immersive narrative experience at the cost of 2 hours of game time. Yeah, the 2 categories that you can't see on screen are the any percent, 100% without with dialogue skip. They're just shorter versions. Whoo! I'm gonna get some water real quick and check out my laundry, and we'll continue on. Yeah, that's insane. Best of luck on that one. Alright. Disco Elysium, no dialogue skip. Sheesh. That sounds like a fun time, for sure. Alright. Still in the J's. Might need to pick up the pace. Jurassic Parks. One for the Game Boy and one for the Sega Master System. Wildly different estimates. Weird. Kaizo Mario Galaxy. Yo! the two different alerts literally together, crazy. Yo, Foster Fun, thank you for the gifted sub. And Osborne for the brand new tier 1. Shoosh! Thank you. I don't think the Partner Plus thing's updated. Refresh. But we are trying to push for 100 partner points here on Twitch before 8 p.m. Eastern, which is in less than 4 hours. So we hit that for the month. We are one step closer to unlocking 60-40 splits on sub revenue instead of the normal 50-50 split, so would mean a lot if we could reach that before that happens. We should be around 95. It just takes forever to update because Twitch, for whatever reason. If you can spare the $5 dues. Unfortunately, only paid subs count. Primes and gifteds don't. Although I still greatly appreciate the support on those, if that's the way you can give. Thank you, thank you. A little hype train, oh my god. Oh, Kazumar Galaxy. I could see this getting in. Mario Galaxy, more difficult to somehow. At nearly an hour to 2 hours. I don't know what other Mario submissions there are, because we just haven't made it down to the M's yet, or the S's. But that seems like a pretty strong submission. Crab Lord with the 4-pack of gifted subs. Shoosh! Thank you so much. A little scam train. It's not in the pinned message, but we didn't make an incentive last night that I completely forgot about until right now. Yo, Scuff, thank you for the 6-month resub. Appreciate you. Noscat, yeah, prices kind of went up for certain areas. I did say last night during the Bioshock Trilogy runs that if we do hit that 100-point threshold before the month's up, we would de-rust the Bioshock 2 and Infinite DLCs and start doing anthology runs, just taking the trilogy and adding the DLC to it. And then we'd also play through the 2 combat DLCs for the very first time, because I've never played them. The Protector Trials for Bioshock 2 and Clash in the Clouds for Bioshock Infinite. We do those on stream at some point. Odyssey? Yeah, it could be. This is like the first Mario we've run across, so... I do not keep track of which Mario games get in which event, so... I think this is a decently good submission for a Mario title, right? Like, take Mario, make it harder, put it in an hour package. Like, that's a strong submission. It doesn't matter if this was just in, it's Mario. Mario's Mario, you know? Keep talking, nobody explodes. It's a co-op submission. Okay, this one I'm gonna look up because I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying this. That Fearful Ferret ran this before? No. Maybe he just did it on his own. Okay. Yeah, I mean, nothing against this submission. But personally, I always, let's go back to gimmicks for a second. The one gimmick I did really like, I thought was really fucking cool and impressive, was Keep Talking Nobody Explodes, but as a solo runner. Like having to memorize all of the combinations and stuff that you can run across. Because I remember Fearful Ferret did that for a bit. I thought he did it at GDQ, but apparently not. That was like really fun to watch. Yo, Mystic with the tier 2 shush for 17 months. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean we're probably really close to reaching that 100 threshold now. I you know, with how long it takes Twitch to update, who knows, right? Like thank you. Much love. Enjoy the extra emotes. Maybe, you know, tier 2s and 3s get a little extra emote. Still working on adding in the additional animated emotes. It's just I'm so slow at animating anything other than like 5 frames. Yeah, it looks like there's a couple Keep Talking Nobody Explodes submissions. I just thought Ferret had done it at a GDQ. I mean, yeah. It's definitely more of a showcase than a speedrun sort of thing, but you're on a timer anyway, so. I'd rather have this than the Evil Zone tournament submission in terms of showcases. Peaches with Kid Chameleon. TBCR with Killing Time. TBCR is another runner that I never know the games that he's submitting, but I know the type of games that he does submit, and he's fucking good at them. Right? Like, you can't go wrong with a TBCR submission, right? Like, I have no idea what Killing Time is. Never heard of it. It's a remake of an FMV FPS title originally released for the 3DO. Like, yeah. Pretty low. I definitely know this is not all of the submissions. There's still probably, not a lot, but there's probably a good chunk that just never got pushed to public. There's some Kingdom Hearts. Woo! and barely any of them are standard any % runs. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts has been blowing up, but it's mainly like randomizer and battleship or rando battleship or this or that or blah 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 blah. It's just funny. Woo! All the Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, I don't get Kingdom Hearts either. Kirby 64. Classic. Okay, we got a little race action in Kirby Air Ride. Is this a 4-way race, or how many people are racing here? I think we have 2 separate races being offered. And we have a 5 hot dogs % race and then an all-ride air tracks race. And they're the same time. No idea. Okay. More Kirby. Kirby. Oh my god, more Kirby. Oh my god, any Kirby lovers? Kirby. Like Haven. I feel like I know this game. Modern old school. Modern old school. What the hell does that mean? Modern old school third-person horror game with tank controls. It's running short and sweet and has a very comfy but eerie vibe. It has a Silent Hill-esque vibe about it that I love. Cool game. I don't know that game. If it has tank controls, I don't know it. Strongest Kirby pick is? Yeah. I played like 3 Kirby games in my entire life, all wildly different. Learn of Pokemon typing adventure. That might be too long for what it is. Maybe. Some Left 4 Dead 2 action. All right. Co-op campaign. I feel like it's been a minute since Left 4 Dead got in. But it tends to do pretty well. Got some Lego games. 2022. Yeah, the past few years I feel like just gone by a lot faster. I feel like it was like 2020 or something when it was last in. A Lethal Company. Yep, not surprised to see that. I think there's 2 separate submissions here. Yes. 1 30-minute submission and 1 hour-long submission. Which I guess makes sense because they're doing 3 quota and they're doing 6 quota. Sure. It's kind of like a Phasmophobia kind of submission for me. Like, it's fun to like do with your friends, but like is a serious thing. I'm like, you know. I'm not watching someone play Lethal Company or Phasmophobia to be like good at it. I'm watching them to like see them get scared or have like silly moments kind of thing. What's up, Shovel Claws? Yo, what's up, gamer? Yeah, I can see Lethal Company getting in for sure. I'm at 30 minutes over an hour is kind of a stronger submission, but you know, maybe they want to fill that time slot. They might, honestly, it might just come down to if they want this in, they'll look at what other horror games are there as well, and they're like, all right, well, we have a lot of horror games we want in, we'll take 30 minutes. We don't have a whole lot of horror games we want, we'll take an hour. Strong runners? Yeah, I don't know anything about the scene. Yo, Sage, what's up? Eliza P. Yeah, I also know Blanks' submissions didn't get public, so I know he submitted Eliza P category as well. I don't know which one he submitted. Mitch did 80% glitchless. I feel like Eliza P has a little hard chance getting in with, you know, just having a run before. And also with a lot of other Souls submissions, like Dark Souls Trilogy and Elden Ring and Sekiro and stuff. I like Eliza P, but just chilling. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Osborne's a Light Matter. Light Matter is a unique Portal-inspired puzzle platformer. What puzzle platformer isn't Portal-inspired? Let's be honest. The twist is the player escapes an abandoned science facility. Touching the shadows will kill you. 80%. No major glitches highlights a huge array of skips in nearly every level, as well as minor glitches allowed in this category. This run is a highly optimized, keep you on your toes run that shows constant strats that skip over entire puzzles and abuse game mechanics and props in incredible ways that allow for a fun run to watch and perform. I mean, knowing you and the puzzle games you play, honestly, I might need to add this to my list of games to play. Let me see. Light Matter on Steam. Okay, this trailer fucking blows. At the wish list. cool. Yeah. It's a puzzle game that I don't know, but I like puzzle platformers. Big fan. You know, there's never really a puzzle block. Usually, like a handful of puzzle games get in, but like, I'm always down for puzzle platformers getting in. They do not get the love that they deserve. Silverclaw's little gator game. Trash, throw it away. Gator's back to strike cute into the hearts of all that oppose him in 100%, where he befriend all the island's inhabitants and destroy all monsters that have invaded. Okay, you submitted 2 different categories. 100% is a free-flowing category about clean movement and traversing the island in post-game to clear out all the enemies. Based on a modified all friends route, we'll use shurikens, shield surfing, and more. This category is one of my favorites to run and has been a passion project of mine for over the past year. Throwaway submission, gotcha. Okay, here's your 5th slot, gotcha. Yep. say less. That's funny. It's like when you're first kind of submitting, you're like, oh, I have like 1 or 2 games I want to submit, and the longer you're in the scene, you're like, well, I have a 5th game. I might as well throw it in there. You know, that was Fears the Fathom anthology for me this time around. That was my 5th submission. I was like, it'd be cool if it got in. I don't expect it to, but you know, if they want it, they want it. A lot of Little Big Planet. Holy shit. Two different races. Woo! Let's go Umbrella. Oh, we skip over that one. I didn't see it. But 8% good endings 4 hours and single stories 45? What? It's crazy. It's a good game. Do you want to watch it for 4 hours? Is it 4 hours good? I have on YouTube? Wow, classic. The 2.5 hour Lollipop Chainsaw submission from McDices. We can mute in-game music upon request. It's a funny thing to throw in there. I don't know. I don't know Lollipop Chainsaw. I don't know if that's like DMCA thing or if it's just like the music is like annoying or something like that. It's a DMCA thing. I mean, I feel like GDQ for the most part doesn't really care about DMCA. I've never seen them like mention it in any degree, as far as like music playing in the background of games is concerned. Edgy and teenage rate, yeah. I could imagine it being like more the topic of what's being sung than the actual like getting DMCA'd from it. Because I mean, if they were worried about that, they wouldn't have any Nintendo games. Let's be honest. Yeah, if the actual lyrical content is iffy, then I can see that. Yeah. Oh, I got a Golem submission at 3 hours. Shoosh. They submitted it for PC, PS5, and Xbox. I think they got confused on what you're supposed to put in that spot. Ooh. Oh, okay. And we're gonna talk about this submission because this first time I've seen it. It's probably happened before, but take a journey with Smeagol and Golem and their solo journey. Being the best game of 2023, it has a lot of fun features in the speedrun, such as out of bounds movement, NPC manipulation, level skips, and milk. Not bad. You know, that so far so good. You're like, what's wrong? Why are you pointing this out? Because parts 2. That being said, the run does include downtime for donations and commentary shenanigans, and an option at the end to save kill a bird. Possible incentive? The run including downtime for donations and commentary shenanigans is not the sell that you think it is. You're saying to the GDQ committee, there's a lot of boring parts of this game. That's what you've said. You said there are a lot of boring parts to this game. Even if there are boring parts in your game, right? What you do is you don't point them out, you cover them up. And you can do that in multiple different ways, right? You can have a bit prepared. You can have really good commentary that you want to talk over that boring segment, right? If BioShock Infinite got in, there's some downtime in that game. There is. There's downtime for donations. But guess what? I'm fully prepared to completely talk over that entire thing. I'll explain story. I'll explain some skips. I'll explain some history about what's changed in the run. Also, saying there's time for commentary shenanigans, like, that's your entire run. Your entire run's commentary. Your entire run is time for donations, right? Because here's the thing. For people that don't know about GDQ runs and how they go on, maybe new to the scene or first time submitting or whatever, when you get a run in, typically nowadays, your host, the person that's going to be reading donations, that intros you, whatnot, will come up to you before or email you, Discord, DM, whatever. Like, hey, is there anything I need to know about this run? Stuff to look out for, downtime, yada, yada. And you can tell them then, like, hey, there's this kind of segment in the middle of the run that there's some downtime. I'll throw it to you for donations. And then you can tell them then, like, that's when you would do it. If you're not just going to talk over it. But you should also just fully be prepared for 0 donations, right? Because if you go and watch both of my AGDQ runs, there are moments where I ask someone else to commentate. Right? On Sprawl, I asked the dev to explain something, and on Trepang, I asked for a donation. And 5 seconds go by, dead air. Nothing, right? You don't just sit there because you have nothing planned, waiting for a donation to come in when maybe the donation reader got distracted. They just don't have donations to read. You're just going to sit there the whole time? No, you immediately pick it back up and start talking, right? You have to fully prepare your commentary as if there's going to be no donations, no one interrupting you. You have to talk from beginning to end and keep people entertained. In that time, you will probably find moments where you can call for donations, but have a backup plan of like, all right, well, maybe I meant to say this thing earlier that I didn't get a chance to because I was too nervous about doing this trick. I can explain that here. Or maybe in commentary prep, I forgot about this trick that I want to talk about, and I can talk about it here. Right? We're answering to, yeah. We're like, yeah, you know, calling for like, oh, well, what won the bid war? And then just radio silence, and you're sitting there just watching. I mean, that's a weird situation for sure. Can't really prep anything for that. But yeah, like, I think that's just the best way to prep for a run. It's just expect to be talking from beginning to end. And if you can fit in time for donations, great. But here's the other thing that I forgot in my whole rambling to mention. There are times when they're trying to push for an incentive, or maybe the run after you has an incentive that needs to get met or a bonus game. The donation reader will try to find time. If you're just talking and talking, they'll look for that moment of like, you take a breath. They'll be like, hey, got time for a quick donation? Sure. Or like, if they need to, they will force donations in there or an update of some kind. You don't need to make time for it. There's literally moments, I think for Sprawl, the donation host, or just the host in general, it's like, hey, anything I need about the run? I was like, I'm just going to talk the entire fucking time. And if I'm not talking, I'm going to have the dev talking. Same thing for like Trepang or something. It's like, I will just talk the whole time, right? Like, there might be moments where I kind of like run out of breath and I need a second to think. I'll throw it over to you, but if you have a 45-minute game, there's nothing wrong with taking all of that time to yourself. You don't have to find time for donations. You don't. If they need to be read, they will. But they also have breaks in between runs to read some of those. That is what it is. Right? All right, back to games now that I've rambled. Yeah, exactly. You are the point of focus. All right, back on the rambling train. It is better to ramble and talk for 45 minutes in a 45-minute run than to show up and just ask for donations for 45 minutes, right? Oh, Mad Max. Made of Skur. Depends on the runner. I mean, it can, right? Sometimes it's better to have a couch commentary. Sometimes you need to focus. There are definitely exceptions to that rule. Oh, I played Made of Skur, but I've never watched a run of it. Proud Yapper. Manifold Garden. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. I love puzzle games. But yeah. So it's one of those situations where Manifold Garden is not a popular enough game to really warrant having it in so soon, unless the category was so drastically different. To warrant it. Not saying anything about this submission's bad, but yeah, like. Marathon. I only know this because they're remaking Marathon or rebooting the franchise, but another TBCR game. I'm sure it's a banger. Okay, we're getting some Marios. Dream Team, Paper Jam, Partners in Time, Sonic at the Olympics, golfing, Mario Karts. Mario Kart is like Halo for me. I tune out so quickly. Mario Kart 64. Oh, is it, yeah, the short one. The blindfolded run. Complete the fastest lap on each track on Mario Kart 64 blindfolded. Not that he will complete them, but he already completed them. I feel like driving blindfolded. I mean, I sometimes, like Frogger before, right? If you're on the games committee, you know Mario Kart 64. Right? Like, it doesn't need an explanation. It just, yeah, it's blindfolded, right? Like, yep, it's just that simple. Show a pre-recorded run. Well, it's a task. A blindfolded task. Mario Kart DS, Mario Party Advance, Mario Tennis, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, more Mario and Luigi. Oh boy. 4 hours of Marvel Spider-Man 2. Doesn't know what Zelda is? Yeah. Would be really funny. Just got like a really sheltered person that grew up like only playing like Doom and Portal. It's the only 2 games they know. Hold on a second. Yeah, I mean, 4 hours is a lot, even though Geops does say you can lower it quite a bit. This is always like a really shitty situation to be in, of like either game's new or a route's new or like a new trick was found right before submissions, and like in like 2 weeks or a month, which is a lot of time before the event actually happens, your time will be drastically lower, but it just kind of looks bad to put a lower estimate than your PB and stuff. Or to put an estimate that's accurate now, and then, you know, a month and a half, it's 25 minutes too high. That's still a lot. Oh, we're getting to the Mega Mans. Hold your hats. Going through Mega Man territory. I mean, during this mission process you can. I don't know how much you can change. I know you can change the video. I don't know if you can change like the estimate. You can? Okay. So much Mega Man. Mega Man, Mega Man. Any Mega Man? And right after Mega Man, Memoirs of Magic from Teddy. I'm submitting this wrong because I'm assured one day it'll get it, and if I just keep making this one of my 5, lol, I think I've submitted it like 10 times now. Everyone who submits to GDQs. Congratulations, you are a GDQ submitter. You know what I think GDQ should do? Just one event. They let in every Mega Man game possible. They just say ahead of time, hey, we will accept every Mega Man game you submit. And then we won't see it again for 10 years. Or at least 10 events, right? Give us every Mega Man game out there, and it takes a 5-year break. Just get it out of here. Zelda and Mario? True. Any popular franchise, I'm open to it, right? As a Mega Man runner. Let's just shit on Mega Man exclusively. Get it out of here. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do, right? A lot of people are like, one day this will get in. One day. It's the holy grail, you know? It's the unicorn submission. It's been way more balanced. Yeah, it's just... I see like 20 Mega Man submissions. I'm like, brain's fried. Some Metal Gear. Some Metal Gear Solid. Let's ban any game that starts with the letter M. How about that? Any game that starts with the letter M, just cut it. Mega Man, Mario, Metal Gear, Metroid. Got some Metroid Dread. We got some Fusion. Prime 3, Spooky Mission 2, which is a ROM hack. Micro Machines. Oh, shit. Metro Exodus, yeah. 3.5 hours from Middle Earth, Shadow of War. Woo! Minecraft Dungeons with the biggest text blanks of all time. Double spaced it. What are you doing, Shockwave? I could see this getting in. Little 30-minute Minecraft dungeon adventure. The big ol' padding. I wonder what the text limit is on the spaces. Next SGDQ, we all just like type up like this much of a submission and just put nothing but spaces for the rest of it. Get them to fix it. Mini Ghost. Mirror's Edge. You think they bring back Black Belt for another Mirror's Edge glitchless run? Arguably one of the most popular GDQ runs of all time. For the complete wrong reason. But it'll be kind of a redemption story. I think he just did this at PAX or whatever event was just going on with his dad. On commentary. Yeah, the biggest submission? True. True. MLB. I know for HGQ there's a lot of sports game submissions. I'm curious if we'll see those as well. There's like a lot of like NFL and I think a couple NBA games too. Some Monkey Island. Whoa, is this Blair's submission? Monkey Island 2 point and click game? During HGQ 2024, fellow speedrunner the Wolves had a bid war to run either Monkey Island 1 or 2. Monkey Island 1 ended up winning? Well, they just did Monkey Island 1. Did you not watch it? Wow. Wow, that's why they don't do point and click adventure games, because you don't watch. Well, they could do 2. If 1 went well and it was a bid war, they might take 2. Alright, we got more Batman. The trilogy 80% or the anthology 80%, 5 and 6 hours. Woo! Yo, Blinks, what's up? It seems like your runs weren't made public yet. Kind of talked about them before, but more fucking Batman. Which I'm a little disappointed that Chicken is not including the newly released Suicide Squad in the anthology. Seems like a cop-out to me. Well, I mean, this compared to Elder Scrolls, in terms of pure popularity, it's crazy different. I mean, this could get in, sure. Nothing wrong with it. Just with Batman already, it feels like it has a stretch at just a handful of hours. Asking for 5 or 6 is, it's not an Arkham game. I'm pretty sure it's tied into the Rocksteady canon. I'm pretty sure. Got the multiple classic Mario games. 2 different versions of the multiple classic Mario games. I'm not even going to try to decipher which is which. Murder House. Oh, I'm thinking of a different game. Okay. The game I think I'm thinking of like Clown House or something like that. It's like a 2-minute indie game. Yeah, I don't know anything about Murder House. Well, it doesn't say Arkham Anthology, it just says Anthology. So with emojis, sheesh, it's some duo. I mean, yeah, it's I don't know what game this is, but I can probably guess what kind of game it is. Right. Well, I'm not saying anybody likes Suicide Squad. I'm just jabbing at them, you know. It's in the realm of Rocksteady games. It should be included, right? Just like how I think the Fallout anthology should also include Fallout 76. Sorry, please skip. No. I'm gonna talk about it. Peppa Pig. Whoa, I mean, perfect example, right? Making your submission stand out. We have 2 Muscle March submissions, right? Which one did your eyes go to first? Simple as that. Do you want this one down here talking about how it's released exclusively for the Wii? Or do you want this one that talks about, you know, emojis and muscular men? You just got subliminally messaged and you didn't even know it. Dark Terex with the Mushroom Men, the Spore Wars. Bizarre and funky. This 3D platform about a telekinetic mushroom armed with a sticky hand and weapons built from junk drawer objects takes us on a trippy adventure filled with strange environments and stranger music. I feel like I just read like a page in a book. Jesus. Sequence breaks, out of bounds tricks, and long roll jumps for fast platform make for an entertaining and wacky run that fits perfectly in the silly block. Recently, free ride at weapon pickups, which saved 3 minutes off the previous record run. Yep. So again, this is what I'm talking about when I say like explain your game, right? At least for me, this is the way I write up my pitches, right? I knew nothing about Mushroom Men, the Spore Wars before this very moment, and now I know it's a wacky game about a mushroom armed with sticky hands and objects from a junk drawer, and their sequence breaks and out of bounds and all that, right? And just reading this paragraph, I know so much more about the game and so much more on board with it, right? As opposed to this saying, yeah, it's a cool game about a mushroom, there's plenty of time for donations, right? Could it have said that? Yeah. Could it have said, I will commentate this run and I'm very fast and I will optimize this route? Yeah. My Friendly Neighborhood. This was also in contention for my 5th submission. I submitted this for HDQ. Submitted any % for it. But I figured there were going to be other runners submitting, and I haven't touched this game in a long time, so I gave it the Fears to Fathom instead. We have 3 submissions for this. If this doesn't get in, I'd be very surprised. I was kind of surprised it didn't get in for SGDQ. Either my own or someone else's, but we have no major glitches, CEO, we have an any percent, another any percent, a glitchless, another any percent, and a no major glitches. Yeah, if one of these doesn't get in, I would be shocked. Especially with like SGDQ being more silly. Popular. I mean, it's got decent tricks. There's a little gimmickiness to it, but what indie horror game doesn't? Indie horror games either rip off Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Outlast, or Five Nights at Freddy's, right? Like, or a mascot horror, which this is not really mascot horror. It's a little bit, but. Also, like, any percent, no major glitches, 20-30 minutes for a short, popular-esque horror game. Like a... Oh, I have an NCAA football. There's another sports game. Oh, you have a Gulch submission. And an Asher submission. Necrovision. I need to watch a run of this. I know Gulch has been running this a bunch. Little 30-minute FPS game that I know nothing about. Solid. I think Prisoner also ran it. I think I saw Prisoner run it for like a day. Poppy Playtime 3 is... Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. So we check out a little Gulch submission. I don't know Gulch's history. It might be Gulch's first GDQ submission? Question mark, period. Necrovision Lost Company is the prequel to Necrovision, an alternate history horror first-person shooter. This fast-paced speedrun has plenty of game-breaking tricks that makes for an exciting watch, from running into collision to flinging Oshrovs into the air, performing rifle jumps to boost ourselves horizontally and vertically around the map, clipping out and back in bounds, including some blind out of bounds, and much more, all jam-packed into short but sweet run. Yeah, another just solid, right? That's like a perfect example of it. That's all you need, right? You learn what the game is, you know the tricks behind it, kind of entices you, right? Genial Jousting getting in? I mean, Genial Jousting is banned on Twitch. They'd have to stream somewhere else. It's missing timestamps. True. It's missing a Google Doc. Didn't like playing the game enough? Yeah. I think I asked Gulch if it was worth playing casually, and he said no, so I was like, oh. Got some Neon Beats. I always confuse this game with Neon Boost, which is a very different game. I don't know anything about Neon Beats. Neon White from Amy. It's a submission, I'm assuming, that I'm perfectly willing to do as a donation incentive if another Neon White runner submits. Oh. Mod check. Any other Neon White submitters? I mean, Neon White's cool. I've watched a little bit. I still haven't played the game, so I haven't watched the full run. But I mean, it's 20 minutes. Yeah. I don't know. I think Scuff would be able to answer any Neon White questions. New Pokemon Snap. You know, new Pokemon Snap always amazed me because everyone forever was like, we need a new Pokemon Snap game. We need one. The first one was fucking banging. Nintendo wants to make money. They should put out another Pokemon Snap. We need it. It comes out, and there's like no one ever talked about it ever again. I was so amazed. I was like, oh, you know, just like no one brings this game up. Completely forget it exists. Nearly 3 hours of Pokemon Snap is crazy. That is wild. New Super Lucky's Tale. 3D platformer. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2. Isn't this just a fighting game? Is there a story mode by? I guess there's a campaign. I'd still take this over the Evil Zone tournament thing. In the run, I build high damage or movement and make my way through the 3 main areas of the game to beat the final boss. Slime canceling and wave dashing in a roguelike gameplay loop. So, man, it's short enough to kind of get in there. Yeah, I mean, the character bid would also do pretty well for Nickelodeon characters. Kind of a tough moment to be promoting Nickelodeon at the moment, but you know, give it a couple months, it might be fun. Alright, some more Nickelodeon stuff. Nightmares of Decay. Some Ninja Gaiden. Woo. Going through old school RuneScape. 2 submissions. A big honkin' burger submission. Okay, so we have Chambers of Zarek CM Solo, which I guess is a raid. Okay, yeah. A raid and then studio submitted 2 quests. I'm kind of surprised they haven't done one of these sort of things, but I'm also not surprised. It's like short enough, and there's like the speedrunning mode for old school now, so like I could see it getting in. And old school is still immensely popular. Like I've done some speedrunning stuff with RuneScape, but I kind of ventured more on the new side of RuneScape, not old school. And that would just not go well for a GDQ at all. You want to talk about people being lost during a run? They had no clue what's going on there. But old school, just running through some quests and shit, sure. Like, Omori has that horror game. Don't actually know much about it. Wildly different estimate times, though. We've got an hour, a 2 hour, 20 minutes, 3 hour 50, and a 4 hour. Either of these race submissions? It doesn't seem so. Interesting. Like, with how, like, the text started off, I thought it was, like, duplicate submissions just kind of changed slightly, but I don't think so. Ooh, Ori and the Blind Forest. All right, what do we got here? Just 1 submission. Ooh, okay. All skills, no out of bounds, TA. No rando submission this time. That's a bit sad. I know Muffin said he wasn't going to submit anything this time around. I mean, you guys know me. I fucking love Ori. Outside of rando, this is the only category that I tried running. And I like it, you know? I'm a big fan. I mean, Ori was last done at SGDQ last year. I don't know what category it was. Which would probably be the thing working against it, just so soon. Whatever category that was probably is not too different from this one. Okay, it was just all skills last time. All cells? Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see it again. I think it's a tough one. Or it doesn't have the appeal of like a Hollow Knight as much as I would want it to. It was all skills, yeah. All skills versus all skills no out of bounds is not that different. Outside of, or, you know, for people watching in that don't know the game that well, like, it's not going to be crazy. Outer Wilds, we got 100% and 100% plus DLC. Outer Wilds is another game that I need to play at some point, so I just haven't watched a run of it. I also know Outer Wilds is one that, like, you don't want to get spoiled on it, from what I've heard. So I don't know anything about it. Mixed feelings about the game. Shark out with Outlast 2, no checkpoint killing, cutscene skip. You definitely want the cutscene skip. Yeah, I mean, with how Outlast 2 is now, having the no checkpoint killing thing and the cutscene skip, I could see it getting in. I think Outlast still is unfortunately in that situation where it just really depends more on what other horror games get submitted, more so than it as a submission on its own. Yo, L, what's going on? Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, it's a mod. Well, a mod in that they change the file, so it's Outlast 2 kills you if you skip any checkpoints. No checkpoint killing is a category where we disable the feature in the config files, allowing us to skip huge chunks of the game with lots of out-of-bounds glitches. Also merely a suggestion, and with the cutscene skip mod, we bypass all the more slowly paced sections of the run. And outside of like those TOS moments, it's got some cool stuff. Biggest competition himself, yeah. Probably. Right, if they give him Dead Space 2, they're not going to give him Dead Space 2 and Outlast 2. Or Alien Isolation, or whatever it happens to be, you know? If they mod the game so heavily make the run decent, I mean, yeah. But that's the nature of Outlast 2. And they might, honestly, the GDQ committee might look at that and be like, that's too much modding to make it acceptable. But it might be the same with Scorn, right? They might look at Scorn and be like, we don't want a game where you have to add in a double jump and a sprint and this and that. Yeah, exactly. That was, yeah. When you're changing the fundamental things of the game that much, they might just look at it and be like, no. I don't think they do, but I'm also not the committee. I don't know. You know, when the committee is still like, any type of emulator is still banned and stuff. You have to run on like on official hardware and stuff. It's like there's a little bit of lingering on to that like mentality of like keeping speedrunning pure a little bit. Oh yeah, I mean Scorn has other issues. I was just using that as an example of like we have to mod the game that much to get runners to do it. BioShock Infinite, you have to mod one piece of RNG. But yeah. I'd like to see Outlast 2 get in. Moral of the story. Oh boy. Talk about modded. Overcooked 2 modded. Okay, half of this is the randomizer stuff that we saw before with the Pokemon Emeralds, Kingdom Hearts shenanigans, which we've talked about. The others are just 4-player Overcooked 2. There might be 2 groups. There's a trios. Okay. There's a 4-player modded, a 3-player modded, and then there's a separate one for the super combo rando. Over submitted to damn. Cooked them. We're done here. Any bangers? Nah, they're all trash. What's up, Teddy? All trash games, except for yours, of course. Yours are perfect. Just bangers. Banger after banger. On which Bioshock would be easier to learn as a first Bioshock game? 1. 1 still has some tough stuff, but you don't necessarily have to do the toughest stuff. 2 has essentially the same tricks as 1, but they're way weirder to pull off. And then Infinite has a lot of high FPS strats that 1 you have to have a beefy PC for, and then 2 the strats themselves are just not as easy. And Bioshock 1 has, you know, quick save, quick load, which helps out significantly. Trash, yeah, it's just pure trash. Like, it's, the S stands for stinky at this point. Just stinky garbage done quick. Capped FPS. I mean, people would just run glitchless or gearless or something like that. More so than like a capped, restricted kind of category. Some Paper Mario, randomizer Paper Mario. Payday 3. I did see this got submitted. Give it up for the only 2 players of Payday 3 left. Woo! Damn, what a game. But not even talking about the submission, but what a flop Payday 3. Holy. How do you mess up a launch of a game that badly? Yeah, Payday 3, I mean, I've seen like Payday 2 runs before. I don't know if Payday 3 is still online only. But I'd also be really scared as runners of this game that they'd patch the game before GDQ started, with it being online only. And drastically changing something. Some Peggle. Some Deluxe, some Extreme, some Knights, some World of Warcraft Edition. What the? Wasn't expecting that one. Penny's Big Breakaway. Is this the yo-yo thing that just came out? Oh yeah, that gets in. Yep. Don't even need to see anymore. We have Emerald, Mildew, and Odd Me. All just about at the hour-and-a-half mark. Yeah. I look forward to going out to lunch while that's going on. Some Pepsi Man. All right, let's go back to, like, we're just canceling all the M games out there. Let's just put Pepsi Man the rest for like 5 years, right? Like, it's been left out of the fridge for too long. Phantasy Star Online. Phasmophobia submission. I definitely think Lethal Company gets in a million times over before Phasmophobia gets back in. Like meme games, there's so many more. Yeah. Pico Park. Got 8-player submission. Well, wait, okay. There's some splintering of groups here, I'm noticing. there's some different friend groups going on. I can't show all of them on screen, but yeah, there's a lot of... Some people just submitted 8-player. Some people submitted 4-player. Some submitted 3-player. Some submitted 2-player. Set up an 8-person run, yeah. I mean, they would still only capture, like... I mean, really, you only need to capture, like, one screen for Pico Park, but... Struggled coordinating, yeah. Nothing against this submission, but the only reason, this is a very selfish, biased reason, if I got to run into GDQ, and this got into a GDQ, it would be a nightmare in the private practice room. Unless they were just cool with not practicing ever. If they all showed up and said, hey, we need to practice for our run, it's like, oh, you're kicking 8 PC runners out of the private practice room. When there's only like 8 PCs to begin with, if that. Only one Pikmin submission? Yeah, I think 8 is a long shot. They definitely go with like the 4 or something. The PC private practice room is used quite a bit. Not like super late at night. Yeah. It also depends on the day. Like if there's PC runs coming up that day or not. Some Pizza Tower submissions. It also, another behind the scenes thing for GDQs, that hopefully this time around they've got figured out. I hope so. I think every PC runner hopes so. For this past SGDQ, you had to specifically request if you wanted a high refresh rate monitor, like 120 or 144 hertz, which some runs do need. You have to have that. Some runs where it's really preferable, like Sprawl, you don't technically need it, but it is really nice when you're doing a very fast movement platformer to have high refresh. And so in like the private practice room, they only had 2 of those set up. There was like 10 PCs maybe, and only 2 of them were high refresh rate. So if you needed those, then getting on those PCs was like even more annoying. And yeah, one of them was knocked out for a day, which is super annoying. I'm hoping this time around, just every monitor they have is high refresh rate. I hope they realize that like it's a thing runners actively want. Even if you only play at 60, having a higher refresh is like, there's nothing against it. You're not losing anything. I'm also sure if they just like committed to doing that, then their setup would probably go better. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I don't know anything about their setup, but instead of having to constantly switch out stuff on stage. Some Plants vs. Zombies. Okay. Wildly different times. We have a 13-minute all puzzles run. We have a 3.5-hour any percent. An 8-hour 100% run. A 2-hour all mini games run. Wow. I don't know enough about Plants vs. Zombies and all puzzles to know if that's a good showcase or not. Multiple hours for Plants vs. Zombies seems a little tough. It's Run Fox though. Yeah, it's just a lot of time. Like there's a 45-minute survival endless 20 flags. I don't know what that means. And a 2-hour all mini games. That's like maybe they could stretch for. We got a plate up submission. Really high viewership historically, really? Interesting. Good way to take a snooze. Yo, Emerald with the tier 3? The tier 3? 63-month resub? Shoosh! Points updated? Oh, do they? Little point update. Ooh, it's 96. That should bump it up. But because Twitch, we don't know. But thank you so much for the tier 3. Shoosh! Enjoy the extra emotes. Tier 3 should add 6 points to that. But I know Blair resubbed tier 3 last night and it didn't seem to really go through. I don't know. The math didn't add up last night somehow. Blair like tier 3 subbed, and then there's a couple extra tier 1 subs, but it only went up by 7 points when it should have been like 9. So I'm not sure, but maybe. So we have less than 3 hours to meet that 100-point partner plus goal for the month. Wasn't Played Up just done? Or is that Overcooked? I thought they just... Wasn't that where like the chef meme came from or something? For the month of the upgrade? I think it should. I don't know. Now, oh, that was Overcooked? Okay. Honestly, the two are interchangeable. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then yeah, I'd say Played Up. Yeah. If they're gonna let it in. They're still so similar that I could see them waiting on this one. Well, yeah. I know what Played Up is. I know what Played Up is and I know what Overcooked is, but when I'm thinking about them on a GDQ schedule, they blend together, right? This is another one for me. This kind of falls in with like Lethal Company and Phasmophobia. Like you can speed run them, sure, but for the most part, it's just kind of like playing the game a little fast and having fun with your friends, which isn't bad. But it's more like a fast showcase than an actual speedrun kind of thing. And so for me, like personally, I just tune these out when I look at the schedule. I mean, yeah, it's not like auto scroller, just like playing the game, but Pokemon Blue plus Red randomizer. Co-op. We got, okay, getting into the Pokemons. Pokemon Crystal randomizer. Is every Pokemon game going to be a randomizer? Did no one submit Pokemon because they like regular vanilla Pokemon? Goddamn Pokemon runners and their randomizers. Crystal's a randomizer, co-op bingo. This one's part of the Kingdom Hearts 2 Overcooked randomizer. No, this is rando. Archipelago's a like multi-game randomizer. This is a software that lets you do randomizer between different games. So like this submission for those that weren't here way early, this is a submission for Pokemon Emerald Randomizer, co-opt with Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer, co-opt with Overcooked 2 Randomizer. It's really cool as a thing, but as a thing for someone who is a casual viewer of games or a singular fan of one of these games, you know, right? If you're a really big Kingdom Hearts fan, and that's like the only game series you care about, and you tune in and they're doing Kingdom Hearts 2, you're like, oh, this is cool. Then it's a randomizer. So you're like, I can kind of keep up with this, but I'm a little confused. But it's also tied into Pokemon Emerald Randomized, which I have nothing to go off of. I don't know Pokemon Emerald at all. And Overcooked 2, which I've never seen in my life, randomized. Or I don't know how you randomize Overcooked, but like great for speedrunners and their communities. For the casual viewing audience, yeah. Pokemon Emerald Rogue. Okay, I think we're into some Pokemon fan games. Infinite Fusion. Whoa. Is a bit Overcooked 2 Deluxe Edition. Okay, same person submitting the same fan mod, but just different categories. Got it? I'm not... Have they done like a Pokemon fan game at a GDQ before? I feel like Nintendo would not be happy with that. I know for the most part they don't really care what Nintendo has because they play their games, but I feel like putting a fan game... I mean, they've done like Kaizo stuff for Mario, so maybe they're cool with it. And it would be kind of a bad look to, you know, cease and desist a charity marathon. But it's Nintendo. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, I don't. Pokemon Leaf Green, not randomized. Let it in. Yeah, Nintendo absolutely would. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu / Eevee. Co-op controller swap. Pokemon Pinball, Pokemon Puzzle Challenge. Pokemon Puzzle League. I love Pokemon Puzzle League growing up. Pokemon Rumble, Pokemon Sapphire, Scarlet, Stadium, Pokemon White, Event Infinite Fusions, Pokemon Channel, Pokemon Emerald, Emerald Randomizer, Gold Silver, Legend Arceus. Oh my god. Holy shit. Pokemon's definitely the most submitted series right now. Dear God. Oof. About that Mega Man comment, yeah. Well, you can't convince me Mega Man's also not a Pokemon at heart. There's Grow with the Poppy Playtime Chapter 3 submission. I know Nerd ran the other submissions. I don't know anything about the speedrun for 3 because I didn't even finish playing it. Yeah, I mean, you go and like take their abilities, right? You go after some different creatures, take their abilities, and use them to beat up other ones. Pokemon. Portal reversed map order. Probably the only Portal category that hasn't been showcased at a GDQ before. The fact that it's just so short hurts it, but it's also fucking Portal, and Portal's awesome. rejecting Poppy playtime? I could see it. I mean, I could see it very easily getting in, but I could see them rejecting it too. I don't know. There's nothing like inherently wrong with it. I didn't like it as a game casually, but that's my own personal opinion on that front. Power World for kids. Was there no Power World submission? There's no shot there's not a Power World submission. There isn't? That's crazy. That's crazy. All of these Pokemon runs and no one submitted Power World? Damn. Well, I know what I'm derusting or getting into after SGDQ. Power Wash Sim. It's the 6-player guy. I believe they submitted this for HDQ as well. This is up there again for like Lethal Company, Phasmophobia, Overcooked, Played Up, like. So yeah, a multi-person game submission where you go like a little fast, have some fun with your friends, like maybe one of them gets in, maybe Lethal Company gets in. My arm sleeves? No, it's just laundry day. I mean, it depends on how the run is. I don't. If it's like a short, fun run, I could see getting in future marathons. Princess Tomato and the Salad Kingdom. That's a heck of a game name. Only Up? I mean, Only Up's also, yeah, it's immensely popular. Yeah, it's always cool to see older runners come back and submit more things. Kind of dead, yeah. I mean, GDQ's also not been afraid to say, like, we're just, you know, we're banning this, like the Hogwarts Legacy stuff, right? So there's controversy. We're banning this because we don't want this game for X, Y. But they don't even say the reason. We're not going to accept this game, right? Yeah, this game was just ran. The fact they got 3 submissions after it just got ran's crazy. Okay, this is also just to point out more submission stuff. You just like never need to do this. I'm the current world record holder for all abilities on the current patch. Right. If you're ever worried like they're not going to know who's fastest, guess what? If they like this run and they see that there's multiple submitters, they'll just go check. They'll be like, all right, who has the faster time? You don't need to put this in there. Half the time it looks like bragging as well. Like, I'm the record holder, so pick me. I'm so good. Fuck those other guys. They suck. But the other runners are much faster than me at 100%. The silly thing to put in there. Yeah, unless it's like wildly different once again, right? PNM, yeah. We're just gonna ban anything that starts with P as well. I do wonder what the run for this looks like, because I played this way long ago. QD is another game in the long line of games that's a parody on the PT. Playable teaser. It's one of those like 30 minutes, not knowing what the run's like. I could imagine it being pretty wacky. Never getting in. Yeah. I feel like this is one of those submissions, like it's solid, but it honestly just depends on what else gets submitted. Like there may not be anything inherently wrong with this, keeping it out. It's just like these other things are more enticing. Playable trash. Quake. Stopped years ago. I mean, that's when it gets in. When you've been submitting it for years, you stop and someone else submits it, it gets in. Guaranteed. Watch. Yeah, okay, this is the expansion for Quake that came with like the RTX thing, I think. I know Dimension of the Machine was a newer release. Got Quake 2. Quake's always enjoyable. Rage and Rage 2. Yeah, I mean, for both these games, they've got cool stuff to them. It's just the length. For what they are, an hour 45 for Rage 2, 2 hours for Rage, it's a lot. That is a lot of raging. Link to this playlist. Is this a public playlist? Make it public. Honestly, it's only got like a handful of tracks in it. I don't update it too much. I don't know last time a Quake game was in. It's a good question. Well, it has been a while. Play it. May have been like Cube Face's run forever ago. I think you ran Quake at a GDQ. A decade ago. 2019. Okay, I was like, there's a lot of Rain World Downpour submissions, but it's just same guy, different categories. Got it. Rambo First Blood Part 2. Rat Cage. A Little Nightmares like puzzle platform where he plays a rat who chooses to be a menace by breaking into a building slowly to break back out. Run features a new platform to skip, a new blind section where you platform through the darkness. Interesting. Little 18-minute Rat Cage. Nally likes games where there's a blind section where you hit the platform, because Contrast was the same way. Okay, it was Alex. Got it. Yeah, that's quite a gap for Quake. There's also not a lot. I haven't seen the full list, but there's not a lot of boomer shooters. There's a few on the list, but not a ton. Some Ratchet and Clank, the classics, Red Faction, Remothered. Is this the game I quit out of the bathroom in like 2 minutes of gameplay? No. I'm thinking Tormented Souls. Never mind. No, different game. Rayman 2. Yeah, a little Rayman in there. Okay, yeah, I don't know what Remothered Tormented Fathers is. Spin off to okay, it's a spin off to Clock Tower. Gotcha. Rayman Legends? Yeah, probably. Rayman just doesn't get a lot of love across the board. Speedrunning wise or casually. Ah, the Resident Evils. Oh, okay, we've got some Resident Evils. Alright, let's see what we got here. We got Maxi Lobes of Resident Evil 1. He's been grinding this for sure. We're at the hour mark of the door rando. Yeah, Torment, yeah. It was, one looked. Dangerous with Resident Evil 1 remake randomizer. Life with Resident Evil 4. I'm assuming this is old school RE4 and not new RE4. Zeke with RE7. Speedy with Code Veronica. Storm with Gaiden. Survivor. Dead Aim. Deadly Silence. So I don't think... I don't keep track of the Resident Evils that well. I don't think any non-mainline Resident Evil's been in before. It's like all of this stuff down here would be kind of interesting to see get in. They might take two. They might take like RE1 and like Code Veronica or something. I don't know. I also have no idea when any of these were last in, so yeah, like I'm not even gonna pretend I know what the power submission is here. I would guess Maxi, but yeah. Decent selection. Not a lot of repeats, you know, a lot of just unique individual ones. What if they all get in? Oh shit, you're right. They all get in, and then we ban Resident Evil for 5 years. Roll the dice, yeah, it does kind of seem that way. I'd say the only one probably just like has the biggest thing against it's probably RE4. Because the remake was just done, you know. And while the remake and RE4 OG are different, they're not that different from a casual perspective, right? Maybe none of them get in, you know, maybe they say fuck Resident Evil. I did see reveal. I don't know how this works as a run. I feel like this is unless there's some skips, but with the time of an hour, I can't imagine there really being many skips in this game. I have to imagine this is basically a walking sim kind of thing. Like the one puzzle box at the end. And this is where a submission text would help. As someone who knows the game, tell me why this run's cool. Because the only thing I can think of it is it's a walking sim. And this does nothing to dissuade me. Reveals a narrative first-person psycho thrill game that focuses on story, puzzles, and exploration. 5 chapters to the game, all exploring the life of the protagonist. He delves further into the dredges of his memories as he uncovers a ghastly truth. Congratulations, you gave me the Steam info. You gave me the Steam description. Right. Is it negative? No, but it's neutral. And neutral is not selling me. See. Rise of the Tomb Raider, a little DLC glitchless from Satori. Okay. We've not seen any other Tomb Raider submissions. Obviously, we're not down to the T's. Kind of figure there'll be the Tomb Raider trilogy that just came out, probably one of those. Yeah, I would expect to see that, but you know, the newer Tomb Raider games are pretty cool. DLC is short. Rise of the Triad. Ooh, we got 2 TPCR and Rip Chip. Ooh, I don't know if these are different games. Both great runners. I don't really know Rise of Triad that well, but I know they both love the game and are probably really good at it. Rocket League showcase for an hour. Well, this is an hour. This showcase is 15 minutes. Oh, this is a bonus incentive to that. Ooh. One is remastered. Gotcha. Yeah. I just think, personally, for me, an hour is way too much. $2013 submitted. I gotcha. Yeah, fucking Spicy destroyed those games. Crazy. Some Rockman. Bring back the Mega Mans. Woo! All the rocks. Saints Row, Salt and Sanctuary, Satisfactory. Solid video game. So one of those, like, you hope gets in. You know. Saw, for many people, myself included, is a beloved franchise. But you have to realize it's also not a good franchise, right? And the game is extra spicy. Yeah, I mean, it'd be fun to get in. I think it'd be cool. Since 2020, yeah. So another one's like, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with this game or submission. It's just like, you know, what else got submitted? Kind of thing, unfortunately. Unless you make a donation incentive to also put, like, the GDQ Games Committee into a Saw Trap during your run. And they have to escape by the time you're done, or you just get to keep running games. Scooby-Doo, a handful of Scooby-Doo games, actually. Whole Scooby-Doo block. What? Comes Saw done quick. Little Scorn, the double jump sprint mod. Yeah. Scorn's a game. Scorn is definitely a game. Sea of Thieves. Okay, one's a race and one's a co-op. Okay. Same two people, but one's missions for a race, one's for a co-op. Truly one of the games of all time. There's a Sekiro submission. Yep. Yeah, I could definitely just sing. Oh, there's two Sekiro submissions. We got a randomizer, Shura, no air swim, any percent hitless, and all bosses. Yeah, I could see like this paired with Dark Souls Trilogy, and maybe like a quick Elden Ring run or something. Getting in. Look at all these timestamps. Shoosh. Look at all these timestamps for any percent, and then all species has. Well, I guess it's a Half the run. Timestamp, half the run. Parkour, platformer, and arcade puzzler about a team of researchers exploring an island using Onyx, the Pokemon. Their task was saving the world from Null, the glitched Pokemon. Boss G-strats for the speedrun seems so boring. My ass putting timestamps on me. That's sorry. That's sorry. That's like the timestamps a 17-minute block. Kind of funny. That's where all the cool movement is. Shadow of the Tomb Raider from Satori. We got all optional tombs and no major glitches. We got some more timestamps. Timestamping it out. Yeah, Shadow's the one that I don't know anything about because I didn't quite get the running Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I just ran in 2013 and then Rise. Then hated the final trick of Rise and didn't end up learning Shadow. But I assume the... Well, actually, no, I did watch her on a Shadow. You do a lot of the hooking stuff, but I guess that's under a major glitch. But same sort of gameplay and stuff, so I like the Tomb Raiders. Shadow the Hedgehog. Relay. Oh boy. The Shaq Factor. Play 3 Shaq Fu games back to back. It's just silly enough to get in. No airwalks, but clipping and okay, gotcha. Yeah, the only thing I really remember from Shadow is the airwalks. It's very funny. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many goddamn Sonic runners. They don't like want to step on each other's toes. Like, yeah, we can all just do a relay together. It's fine. And a game that's all about going faster than everyone else and telling them you're too slow, the runners don't seem to do that. What is this sheepy? Okay, it's a race. A four-way race. It's a free pixel platformer released by music label Mr. Suicide Sheep in February 2023. It is signified by its quality in both ambient and action music, its cute and mesmerizing pixel art, and tight movement. All uncharacteristically polished for a free game. Minor optimizations and minute time losses shine bright. Does this mean minute or minute? Especially in the second half of the run, making it a great game to have as a race. Do they sell you guys? Are you guys ready to watch a 4-way race of Sheepy? No. But you can literally count the sheep. I mean, you'll see this a lot for like co-op or race submissions of just like copy and pasted text. Told me more? Yeah. I mean, just, I think most people's opinion on races is if it's a game, like a brand new game that's never been a GDQ before, it should never be a race. Some exceptions, for sure. There's always exceptions, but unless it's a really well-known game or a popular game or something that's been showcased before, like it should just not be a race. Have one person do the run, have the other 3 on commentary. Maybe it makes for a great race. I don't know. Maybe it's the exception. Maxi's Shenmue 3-hour submission, the one I think he's definitely pulling for the most. 3 hours is still a lot. It could get in. It could be the year of Shenmue. It could. Celeste actually had his first case of the race. But it's also Celeste. Sherlock Holmes, the kidnapped countess. Popular race? Yeah, it was pretty popular. Some Shinobi games. Some Shovel Knight. A decent amount of Silent Hill. 5 submissions. 2 Silent Hill 1s, a Silent Hill 2, Shattered Memories, and the short message. I think the short message has a decent chance. I just don't know if like the content of the game would be something that they would not want. Race enhances experience. Yeah, there are certain titles that like a race does work out pretty well, but it's few and far between. Is a race, gotcha. Yeah, it's just, if you tune into a GDQ, I mean, you always have to remember this when you're doing commentary, submitting it, whatever. The people watching, one, have not only never seen a run of your game before, they've probably never seen your game before, right? They've probably never heard of your game before. Are there some that have? Sure. But unless you're like Mario or Zelda or Mega Man, Elden Ring, right? Like, if they're tuning in to watch it for the very first time, they're already going to be confused because you're just like going at a fast pace and they can't really keep up with the natural any % route or whatever you're doing. When you throw a race on top of it, now they have to pay attention to 2 people doing stuff. If it's not like the exact same, like someone takes a different route, they fall behind. Now their attention split in 2, and you're having someone describe the commentary or top in your head like, oh, okay, they're talking about the guy on the left. No, they're talking about the screen on the right. And it just becomes like that much harder to pay attention to. Slower. Some Siren stuff. Another Rick Dice's submission in there. Some Skater Gator 3D. Ooh, a Slave Zero submission. I haven't seen this game since early 2000s. I think I have a CD copy of this game from PMC Trilogy. I think I'd like at some point watched a run of this whenever I was like trying to find new games to run like years ago. I'd be down to watch it. I don't know if it gets into GDQ, but I'd be down to watch it on its own. What's a CD? I don't know. Never heard of it. Slender the Arrival. Right, this is another one like revealed before. To me, Slender the Arrival is like walking through the forest collecting stuff. It is the anniversary update, so it's a little bit of a campaign. But it's still like, when I think about this, I'm seeing walking sim. So does the submission change my mind at all? The Arrival is the first full story-driven game based around the Slenderman creepypasta. Originally released by Blue Isle Studios back in early 2015, the devs released a huge update to the game to celebrate its 10th anniversary in October 2023. changes engines from Unity to Unreal 5 alongside adding bonus content. This update completely changed how the game was ran, resulting in unique skips not seen in other versions of the game. No, it did not. It told me there's skips that are unique and not seen in other versions of the game. But what are those? Don't know. I know that there's an update for the game. That's cool. I played the update. It's in the category name, anniversary update. Slime Rancher. I'm seeing more stuff about Slime Rancher 2 lately. Is that coming out of early access? I played a little bit of it when it first released early access, and then I realized it wasn't like a full thing. Don't think it has. Okay, I saw them like ramping up promotional stuff for it. Yeah, I know Slime Rancher's a cute, cozy game. Bullets. I don't think it goes by Bullets anymore, but Bullets ran it for a bit. A little co-op run. Okay, 20-minute co-op Slime Rancher. It's cute, cozy. eBay. Okay, yeah. Round slime. I mean, hey. Got it. Just B. Thank you. Appreciate the update. Yeah, I guess that. It's a cozy little game. Especially 20 minutes, like. Some Sly games. We got races going on down here. What's happening? There's 4 separate Sly Cooper submissions. Good amount of submissions? Yeah, I mean, seems like you got some decent ones on there for sure. 6 hours. Well, yeah, the 80%. They have some other category submissions here, just the different episodes. It is kind of shitty when you have to submit parts of a game as their own submission. You know. Like, we will randomly do episode 8 of Sly 2. We'll do episode 5 of Sly 3 on its own. Like, that is rough for sure. Yeah, I think these are just 4 separate Sly submissions. So is any of them a race, relay? No. Oh, no, there's more. Oh my god, there's so much Sly Cooper. Holy shit. There's 6 Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoon submissions. Oh my god. And it was so popular. Some Solar Ash submissions. Okay, 2-player race. We got a relay and we have a separate 100% restricted. Got it. Okay. Alright, skipping that to talk about the submission I think is probably my strongest. This is like the one that I set out after HDQ. I was like, this is probably the one I'm gonna submit for HDQ, right? Everything else can kind of figure it out in its wake. But Soma, last seen at HDQ 2016. Been a long time. Soma has since had a whole slew of optimizations and route changes featuring new prop clips, prop hovers, and more importantly, new dialogue skips. All this helps to bring Simon's journey across the ocean floor right under that hour mark. I think it not being in for 8 years, being right around the hour mark, and also being a pretty beloved title, right? Like, it's not the most popular title out there, but it's definitely has its notoriety. No, these are just submissions. Not yet. Unless you just saw into the future. I personally think this is my strongest submission. I've been wrong about that before. You know, I thought Trepang 2 was my strong submission last time around with Amnesia the Bunker. And they took Sprawl. Still happy they took Sprawl. I would be very happy if they took any of my other submissions. But, yeah. Just the one that I think would be cool. And this is also... Alright, if you're on the GDQ committee, just stop watching for like the next 2 minutes, right? Anyone who's watched a Soma run will tell you there's a moment in Soma, a very long moment, where there's a lot of time for reading donations, right? It's the bane of every Soma run and every Soma runner, right? Everyone, every time is like, man, I sure wish we could skip this moment. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't go, there's a good moment for reading donations. I talked about the cool stuff that happened in the run, the optimizations, the things that make the run unique and better. And you just kind of like skirt around the issue, right? Because when the time comes, guess what? I can fill that that auto-scrolling segment with commentary. If need be. Or we can read donations. But you read this, right? Oh, there's new prop clips, new prop hovers, new dialogue skips. There's an hour. Awesome. Cool. But then you read like, oh, in this hour run, there's like a 7-minute auto-scrolling segment. Like, that looks a little negative. It's really not, but you know, you just point it out. Sonic, more Sonic, more Sonic. Are enough line breaks? True. I definitely could have just fucking, you know, spaced it out. Oh, dear God, there's so much Sonic. There might be more Sonic than Pokemon. Sonic DX, Sonic DX Director's Cut, Sonic and the Secret Rings. Sonic Battle, CD Restored, Colors Forces, Free Riders, Frontiers, Heroes, lots of heroes, dear God. Lost World, Sonic Mania Plus, Sonic Origins, Sonic Project 6, Sonic R, Sonic Robo Blast. Oh my dear God. Sparkster, wasn't this just done? Then you just do the shovel? I'm mistaken that. Or is Sparkster a different game? I think of too many wacky names with stirs in it. Spark the Electric Jester. Ah, okay, I just shortened it. Damn. They could be like Long and Lost Brothers. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it was also a SNES game, so that would explain some differences. Spelunky. 2 separate Spider-Man 2000 submissions. Interesting. Spider-Man 2. Another TBCR submission. Spin Dizzy. Never heard of it, but again, it's a TBCR game, so I'm sure it's something good. Some Splatoon in there. 2, 3. Okay, okay. Splatterhouse. Got your SpongeBob's. Of course. Couple more Spyro submissions. Spirit camera just went by. Oh, Starwin. Spirit camera. Heck yeah. Handheld AR horror game and a spin-off title from the Fatal Frame series. Shoosh. At an hour? Hours quite a bit for that, but it might just be crazy enough to work. Yeah, that's a lot. I got you Star Wars games. I was actually surprised, I don't remember which one it was. Maybe Saint submitted it again. No, it doesn't look like. Is it Jedi? Whatever the newer series of Jedi games is, the second one that came out. It's like a 50-minute run. I was really surprised I didn't get into SGDQ. Got some Battlefront, we got some Dark Forces with Rip Chip, we got Lifelikes, The Force Unleashed. Look at all these line breaks, using the line breaks like a pro. Sheesh. Still getting in this time for sure, for sure. The better, true. I mean, like, look at the Force Unleashed up here, right? Look how like pathetic this looks. Like, why would you even read this when you can just like read this monstrosity? It's just like so easily spaced for nice viewing, and somehow you didn't get gaps between this. How did you not get big gaps between? How did you pull this off? You got big gaps down here and up here, but not in between. What the hell? That's insane. Single enter? I've tried single enter, it doesn't work. He's fucking glitching the speedrun site. And Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2. Okay, okay. Got a little competition going on in Star Wars. And we got some StarCraft. Whoa. And some Stardew Valley. Oh my god. 4-player stuff. Woo. Oh my. Oh dear god. Holy shit. There's so much Stardew Valley. I thought there was just gonna be a 4-player submission. Nope. Nope. I was wrong. Dear god. That's a lot of farming. That is a lot. Woo. I don't know enough about Stardew Valley to say anything on it, but there's a lot of it, so. I know it's got a big update too, so. Oh, it's still on fire, did we miss it? Oh, okay, we're just getting to it. Still Battalion. Gotcha, gotcha. I've not heard of Stonefly before. It's an amazing indie game involving a girl named Annika on a trip to recover her father's stolen mech, where she discovers many friends to help her with her journey. This run is full of reacting on the fly to the RNG and the behavior that the game gives you. With several major skips that avoid long enemy encounters, as well as glitches and bugs we take advantage of to skip sequences and dupe resources. This run is engaging for runners and audiences alike. Well, it's engaging for you. It's nice for the game to be engaging for you, the runner. Street Fighter 6. Yeah, I've not heard of Stonefly at all. Interesting. You know. Best of luck. Ooh, nearly 3 hours of Street Fighter 6 is a hell of a submission. If this was like 40 minutes, sure. 240, yeah, that's a rough one. Streets of Rage 2, 4, Streets of Sim City, Stuart Little, Summoner from Lifelike, 2 hours. Pseudo-isometric RPG from the developers who brought you the Red Faction and Saint Row series. So I didn't know anything about it before. Now it's from Red Faction, Saint Row. Summoner was an ambitious game for its time. Speedrun takes advantage of various menu exploits and some design oversights to skip animations, kill bosses very quickly, or in some cases skip bosses entirely. Many parts of the run also involve micromanaging multiple party members to complete up to 4 different objectives simultaneously. Yeah. I mean, I think the 2 hours is rough for sure, but sounds cool. Sounds like it's pretty glitchy. Oh, we're getting back to the Super Marios. Oh, shit. Hold your hats. Oh. Alright. Let's go back to the gimmick discussion for a little bit. The drum speedrun, cool, did well. Retire it. Don't need to see it again. Sorry to this runner. It was cool. You had your drum moment. Awesome. Put the sticks down for a minute. Significantly more fun? I mean, you have to imagine that at least at some point there was a Super Mario 64 70-star drunk run at a GDQ, right? It happened somewhere along the way. But also, like, now we're like triple gimmicking, right? 16-star drum gimmick, blindfolded gimmick, race gimmick. Also, how would that necessarily work in a live situation? Because a blindfolded runner typically needs audio, and drums like are not the quietest things, even through headphones and stuff, right? Yeah, you have to have like really noise canceling headphones. Home setup. I mean, they brought them to in person. Yeah, they just did this at AGDQ. The drum. I'm assuming they'd offer the same thing. Blindfolded ability randomizer. 120 star, 2-player, 2-controller, nonstop 120. Another randomizer. I mean, there's a handful, but they're all like, none of these are like traditional SM64 runs, right? It's blindfolded drum race, 70-star drum, blindfolded randomizer, 2-player, 2-controller. This is like a mod of it. This is like the closest you'd get. More blindfolded. So, like, nothing against this. It takes talent. It does, 100%. You know, respect to the runners for committing to it and being able to beat the game blindfolded or with a drum set. But like, every game out there, every run out there, every challenge run out there, is just so filled with gimmicks of I can beat this game with my drums or with a potato or a dance pad or my voice or my eyeballs blinking, right? It's cool. Respect that you can do it, but once I've seen like one, it's like, okay, we can just go back to like just playing the game as fast as possible now. Like All-Star Shuffler. Yeah, this one's kind of cool. Yeah. The Shuffler is a neat idea. This is another one, kind of like just randomizers in general. This is really cool for runners and their community, having like, okay, we can do multiple games together and it's going to randomly shuffle between them every so often, right? But for a casual player, or not a casual player, a casual viewer, trying to keep up with many different games being shuffled around continuously, like it is pretty rough. I mean, luckily they're all Mario games, so it's not too tough, but it's not even like so much like calling it a gimmick, because that also kind of puts a negative connotation. It's just like, outside of just submitting games, people are always trying to look for that unique angle to make their game stand out, outside of just being good at their game and hoping that gets in. Which is not saying it's a bad thing, but it definitely has gone like, all right, we need to make it more unique. We saw someone do it with drums. Can we do it with like one-handed drums? Like building on this continuously. It's like, at some point you just gotta submit being good at your game and then just go from there, right? Yeah, just a classic Super Mario Brothers 6-minute run. Like, yeah. Could they have done this blindfolded or with a drum set? Sure. They could have submitted that, but they didn't. Once again, not saying there's anything wrong with those, but, you know. From my own personal stance, I don't want to see it. Keep that off my GDQ stage. Don't feel it. I haven't felt the task block stuff since Brain Age. I've not watched a single task run since the Brain Age run. They murdered it with that. I don't need it anymore. Super Mario Brothers Wonder, World 1 blindfolded. Another classic. I completed World 1 in the fastest time possible whilst blindfolded. It is what it is. Super Mario Galaxy, Super Mario Maker 2. Oh, we didn't get a Super Mario Maker Relay submission. A little surprising. We got some different Odyssey submissions. Another randomizer in there. This obviously I don't remember all the previous GDQ submissions. I feel like just going through this is by far the most amount of randomizers we've ever seen submitted. Like, I feel like it's double any sort of randomizer we've seen before. Randomizers done quick. Hell, random. Super Mario RPG. This is also another one like the new Pokemon Snap. Like, I feel like people would be all over. The remake of Super Mario RPG, and it just like completely just went away. Yeah, I definitely think I could get in pretty easily. Got a couple of the submissions. Super Mario World, Kaizo, Relay. Okay, this is where yeah, I see now. They're probably like, oh, they're not letting in Mario Maker anymore. Let's go do Kaizo instead. Okay. Keep them fresh? I mean, yeah. And that's where me and my view on games versus runners that stick to the same games and the same franchises differ, right? Because when I exhausted my games and I'm kind of putting them on the back burner, I just pick up another game, right? I still love playing that old game and I'll go back and do it every now and then, but I'll just pick up another one. Which, you know, Ori and the Blind Forest Randomizer is my favorite run of all time. You know, I've put that on the record many times over. But, you know, it doesn't stop me from picking up other games, right? I'm just not doing Ori and the Blind Forest Randomizer day in, day out. No, why didn't you submit it? Because I'm not anywhere near good enough to submit. That's why. Skill issue? Yeah. It's like, can you get consistently good at Ori and the Blind Forest Randomizer? Absolutely. There's fucking goats of that, you know? Covert Muffin, Clean Fill, so many more that I could name. To get on their level, even get close to their level, right? To where I feel like I could give that a good showing, both from a technical skill standpoint and from a commentary standpoint. I would have to put so many hours into it, and I would willingly do that, but that's not a good thing for the channel. As much as I love Ori and the Blind Forest Randomizer, right? It does not do well viewership-wise, like a lot of randomizers don't. As we've been mentioning, randomizers are not great for viewers for the most part, unless it is a very popular game and people are willing to stick it out and learn, right? So if I'm spending hundreds, thousands of hours running Ori and the Blind Forest Randomizer, like, I'm going to be doing it to 20 people alone, which, yeah. It's not always the funnest thing to do. Some Super Metroids, you classics. Just the absolute most classic of classic submissions. But we got a randomizer down here. Oh boy. Super Metroid map rando. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, Souls games can get away with it because they're immensely popular and people like are actively looking for ways to spice those up. People like playing those. Ocarina of Time randomizer works to some degree. Pokemon randomizers work really, really well. So like the tippy top popular franchises, they can work. It's also up to the randomizer specifically, right? Like some randos are a lot easier to follow than other randomizers, just based on what it's like. If it's an enemy randomizer, okay, you've played the game, you know the enemy is like, oh, that enemy shouldn't be there, kind of thing, right? But if you're swapping items and menus and load screens and enemies and types and this and that, and it's like every little thing you randomize adds up. It was fun. I've watched Spike Vegeta do a DK64 rando because I was just kind of curious, and for like the 30 minutes I watched, I had zero idea. I had negative idea of what was happening in that. I couldn't tell you a single thing that was progressing in that other than him running around as the different Kongs, right? Super Monkey Ball, woo! Wasn't there a new Monkey Ball game coming out? Maybe it's not out yet. So I know if and whenever that comes out, that would definitely get in. I just don't know enough about the previous Monkey Balls. They've been GDQs recently or not. Coming out in June? Okay. Yeah, that's not going to be out in time. A lot of Super Monkey Ball. Super Paper Mario, Super Punch Patrol, Super this, Super that. Surgeon Sim. Surgeon Sim's not been in a very long time, but also a 10-minute run's not super great. It could be fun. 61 randomizer submissions? Sheesh. Is that just with the word randomizer, or is it like rando, or like multi-world, like the archipelago submissions? Ugh. Sushi Souls Universe. The sequel to I'm Going to Die If I Don't Eat Sushi. They give you the ability to dash towards the ground right away, and there's a boost pads in some levels. This one's a bit more complicated as a speed game. Oh yeah, you go to the universe where sushi is sports, another where it's computers, and one where it's God. Imagine if some guy showed up in your universe and just started eating soccer balls and told you it was food. That's this game. What I'm saying is, it's great. That sounds exactly like any Teddy game I've ever seen. I'll be honest. More of just rando, yeah. Probably. Oh yeah, I did have another submission. I think we went through all the other ones I submitted. I believe so. But yeah. My last submission, as we'll get through the remaining of the list, is the System Shock remake. Experience Night Dive's remake of the original 1994 game in the most mystifying way possible. As the speedrun creates and then bounces between multiple timelines. This run also features a lot of clipping out of bounds and then flying over the void, then slashing enemies with a weapon that's definitely not a lightsaber. Yeah. I mean, there's only so much you can put in 500 characters, which is not. I don't know if I still have it. But it is incredibly hard to describe what I mean by creating different timelines. Let's see if I still have it. I may not. I may have gotten rid of it. How dare I? Yeah, I might have gotten rid of it. Yeah, it's a run where you make a save, you go and do something, and then you reload that save, and you get to keep all that progression that you just made. Well, some of it. You keep the quest progression, right? So there comes a point, and this is System Shock remake, where you do that multiple times in different timelines, essentially. You'll make a save, go and do something, come back. But in that time, you make a different save that then you reload like different orders. So you're keeping quest progression through all of these different saves that have no actual access to those areas. It's definitely one I'd have to like bring a chart for. That needs some like physical prop demonstration of what's happening. And then the rest is like out of bounds nonsense. This would be a cool one to get in. Like I'm not like crazy about this run. I'm not like this has to get in. I'm gonna keep submitting it until it does, but it's kind of rounds out my submissions, honestly. It's a quick 40-minute run. It's pretty broken. If they need another immersive sim FPS semi-horror type of game, yeah, it's there. We'll see. It's one I feel less confident in, but I could still see it sneaking its way in. We shall see. Getting down to the T's. Tekken 8 Uh, 11-minute run. Complete arcade story mode of Kuma fast as possible and become champion of King of Iron Fist tournament. 11 minutes. That feels too short. Feels a little too short. Oh, Kuma the bear. I don't know anything about Tekken, to be honest. TBCR again? I feel like we've seen like 17 TBCR games. How does he keep getting away with it? Surely we've seen like at least 9. Right? How many submissions does he get? Get this man out of here. I'm not even going to read that one. He went over the limit. The Adventures of Cookies and Cream from Author and Sky. I could imagine with it being an Author Blues game what it would be. FromSoft? Yeah, I was just like, is it the actual From Software? But is it an hour and 10 minutes good? That's the question. Another Spider-Man game. Wow. The Amazing Spider-Man versus the Kingpin. Whoa. For the Sega Genesis. Fuck yeah. The Bard's Tale Trilogy. I don't know what the category of Tales of the Unknown N% modern mode means, because there's also the N% full trilogy. Callisto Protocol. Callisto Protocol, Jacob will hover, launch, and blast his way through the Black Iron Prison. The good variety of glitches and out-of-bounds tricks, many quality of life improvements, including cutscene skips, have cut a significant amount of downtime from this run. Yeah, I mean, I know Callisto Protocol did not do super well when it came out, but as a run, I could see this getting in. I could almost, I think this would probably get in over Dead Space 2. Maybe not, you know? Maybe I'm crazy, but a game that's not been in before in the same sort of genre over a game that has been in before. An hour and a half, that's not too bad, you know? That's not bad at all. The Dog Island. You play as a puppy. Your puppy sibling is dying and you have to go to an island full of other puppies to find the cure. By learning the sense of various objects and solving troubles of island citizens, you will become a true sniff master. Save the world from a flying whale, defeat a resurrected T-Rex zombie, and even cure an incurable disease. That sounds great if it wasn't 2.5 hours. If you cut the 2 off and just there's a 35-minute run, you got me. I'm sold. I'm in. 2.5, I'm going to sleep. See ya in the morning. Elder Scrolls Morrowind, all main quests, Skyrim, glitchless main quests, gotcha. Evil Within, ooh, yeah, it's another, like, the 2.5, it really sucks for it. I know Shortcut's really been working on Evil Within, and it's got some really cool stuff to it now. Like, if this was an hour and a half, fucking sold. 2.5 is a little rough. For sure. Yeah, I definitely think Sharkhat's in the same predicament that I am. Biggest competition is yourself. Right. With all his runs being an hour and a half plus sort of stuff, when you get one run in, all the others go out the window, right? It's going along, yeah. But I think, I mean, there's a chance. They've taken long horror shooters before. It's not impossible. The way I've always seen this is, you know, if they're looking at your submissions, like, all right, we're going to take something from Shark Hat. We don't know what it is. We can take Callisto Protocol, hour and a half, or Evil Within 2.5 hours. Like, even if Evil Within may be cooler, it's got some nicer tech, that additional hour is definitely... Definitely a little thorn in the side. 1-2 a.m.? Yeah, man. That's the curse, you know. I mean, yeah, they're all good submissions. Yeah. Just comes down to what the committee wants. Last Campfire, Last Guardian. Oh, we get into the Zeldas? Oh, shit. Oh my god. Do you guys like Zelda? Oh shit, more randomizer, baby. Oh lordy. The co-op combo rando. Shoosh. God fucking damn. I think if there's like any game that can get like a randomizer in, like Zelda's kind of just like the easy one, right? We got a little Twilight Princess, a little Link to the Past, Four Swords, Link's Awakening, Majora's Mask on its own. A lot of Majora's Mask on its own, apparently. Okay, we also have a Relay. Oh, it's a 6-hour run, that's why. Just straight up Ocarina of Time. That's a straight up Ocarina of Time, any percent sort of run. You'd love to see it. Glitchless all main quests, glitchless any percent, 100%. Another randomizer, Phantom Hourglass, Skyward Sword randomizer. Oh my god. Wind Waker not randomized. Holy shit. Twilight Princess, co-op rando. Alright, you know, we'll scrap all the plans before. Just take all of the randomizer submissions, put them on one day, and then we just ban rando for 5 years. Lord of the Rings Golem. There was another Golem submission. I think it was just under Golem. Another 4-hour run. Awesome. Return of the King and the Two Towers. So I know Return of the King was done. Maxi run. Two Towers, you know. Maybe. It has a 4-hour run. Oh baby. Is it? And it's got plenty of time for donations. The Moose Man. Nightmare Before Christmas is a video game? I didn't realize that. The Outlast Trials. Okay. I thought maybe we see a little bit more. So there were 2 sets of 4-player Outlast Trials, I believe for AGDQ. Let's get a little duo submission. What a game. What a game. Punisher, The Quarry. That's a heck of a submission. A nearly 6-hour run of The Quarry. Woo! That's a run. I never want to be one to shit on someone's like hobby and like what they like and the runs they like, but the core is a fun game, right? I really enjoyed it. It makes me want to play more of those games. I would never want to like play that for speed and like wait, yeah. You have to sit through all of those cutscenes every time for 6 hours to do a run. That's crazy. I want a statistic on how much of this run, of this 5 hour and 45, is downtime, like cutscene, versus actual gameplay. I'd be very curious to know. 75, yeah, I'd be like, it's at least 75. The Quiet Man. Yeah, it's like, not even submission aside, just the fact that you could like sit down to want to do that as a run like multiple times. It's crazy. Ask Maxi. I might. Maxi also runs Shenmue, so, you know, like, he's got a couple things loose up there. Some more SpongeBob. Ooh, Talos Principle 2. Ooh, okay. I have an 80% submission and a NPNL. I'm saying probably no something. Yeah, I'd like to see this. At least 80%. I don't know what this is. Well, let me see. Does this submission explain it? With glitches abound, the category takes advantage of a glitch light version of 80%, where photo mode and launching is banned and the game is dependent on a lot more parkour items. I like to skip as much as possible. The way I would genuinely see this handled is this gets in now, this gets in a year from now. Yeah, I feel like they're like, I don't know. You'd just be like restricted or something, but even then it's like, yeah, you have to explain what it is. Yeah, I would like to see this. 80% Talos Principle 2. 48 minutes is pretty decent for a puzzle game. And yeah, you can skip all the cutscenes and stuff, so it's mostly just the wacky glitches of a puzzle game. The Thing, the way we mastered The Witness. Oh boy, I haven't seen The Witness in a long time. Last shown at a GDQ back in 2016, really? Interesting. Are we having a puzzle block at this GDQ? That's kind of crazy to think about. Tom Gate, Time Spinner, Titan Souls, TMNT, Toem. Some Splinter Cell. Actually, a lot of Splinter Cell. Tomb Raider 2013, Spicy Submission. Yeah, I mean, Tomb Raider's fucking dope. Tomb Raider 1 to 3 remastered starring Laura Croft. Okay, so just 1, glitched and glitchless. Okay. I thought there was gonna be more Tomb Raider with the remastered. Kind of shocked by that. Tunox Pro Skater 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sheesh. The Tony Hawkathon. I mean, for an hour 16, that's not like crazy. Well, there are different categories. So 1's 100%, 2 and 3 are all goals and golds, and 4 is any percent. That's kind of it's kind of interesting. Already submitted that might be fair. Some Trackmania, some Trauma Center, some Turnip Boy. Is Rob's a Bank the new one? I guess it is. So the other one was tax evasion. So yeah, we got. Okay, they submitted the same thing. One is a race and one is just any person. Got it. Chaos Wolf was Turok 2. We got 2 Turok 2s and a Turok 3 submission. Okay, I was confused by Chaos Wolf. His description down here. It's like, why are you linking to someone else's video, but it's the character name. Got it. That's a bold strategy to be like, oh yeah, watch someone else's video first. That never usually goes over too well, but okay, I got it. Got it. Yeah, I mean, Turok 3, the remaster just came out not too long ago, so probably another solid FPS game to consider. I don't know much about Turok 3 as far as a run. I've seen Turok 1 and 2 runs. I don't know anything about 3 because I haven't played it yet. Turok Remake, I don't know. I almost feel like I need to play through Turok 1 and 2 again before I play Turok 3, and I kind of have bad memories of Turok 2. I've just been kind of putting it off for that reason. It's on my list. Some Uncharted 2, some Undertale. Wasn't Undertale just done? YouTube does not want to process this video, which is great. Let's see what else we got here. Unmetal. It's like metal, but un. Uno. Titled Goose Game. Unworthy. Most of these I don't know anything about. Cosmic with the Vanquish submission. Cosmic's been trying to get everyone he can possibly talk into to run Vanquish. At every GDQ, people are like, oh, you know, I don't know what I want to run next. Cosmic comes up, just you should run Vanquish. It'd be funny if he got this in. SQ 2021, so 3 years. You know, it's a cool game. I don't know if anything's changed since then. Honestly, I'm kind of overreading at the moment. No DLC in its current form has never been showed at GDQ. Yeah, little thing there. Could see it. Visage from Maxi Lobes. Popular indie horror game inspired by Amnesia and Silent Hill. Is Visage not just entirely inspired by PT? I thought it like Visage was like kind of a self-admitting, just PT inspired thing. Which is cool. Yeah, I mean, like that's why one of the things like convinced me to play it as soon as I did. It's like I want to play it when it was first coming out, but it was episodic. So I'll just wait for the full thing that came out. And it eventually did. I was like, I'll get to it when I can, and you know, seeing Maxie run it and stuff, I was like, oh, okay. You know, Maxie usually has pretty good taste in games. She get around to playing it, and then I fucking hated it. But it, you know, I think if you can stomach playing the game, it's somewhat cool. So for HDQ, when I was going through the list, out of Maxie's submissions, I thought this was like his best shot out of all the things, and you got the anthology, the Granny Games in, right? So I still think this is a really good submission. Yeah, I think Fear 2 is a good submission. Shenmue, I know he wants it in. At that over 3 hour marks is a tricky sell. Submitted something else, I already forgot. Yeah, no, I agree. It's a game and a run that's not for me, but I can definitely respect it. RE1, right. Yeah. I mean, that comes down to which are Resident Evil they want, if they want any of them. Because that's also, you know, working against himself sort of thing. It's like, oh, we're going to give you Resident Evil 1 or Visage. Kind of situation. Maybe they give them both. Maybe they're just that good. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. The classic Waldo 3-minute runs. Submission for Awful Block. Wrong GDQ, my friend. Wrong GDQ. Ooh. Ooh, yikes. Ooh. Got some White Day Labyrinth named School. Oh, we got the 2001. Okay. Now we're cooking. I think this is the remake. This is the one I ran. This might also be, but this is probably the remake. I ran this for like a month. Actually has some cool tricks. It's just a technical nightmare to install sometimes. I remember having to like install like a Korean keyboard program or something to get it running. But yeah, there's cool skips in it. That'd be cool. I think I submitted this like a handful of times back when I actually ran it. And then an unnamed member of the staff committee, or the staff of the games committee, who no longer is on games committee, by the way, they left a while ago, told me I will never let you get your anime game in. So I stopped submitting it. So I hope this gets in. Who shot Johnny Rock? Who did shoot Johnny Rock? Who is Johnny Rock? Some We Fit stuff, We Play, We Sports. Like Thunder and Parasites, it's so fucking funny. Interesting. Oh, it's a DV. Oh, it's a DVD FMV. Oh, okay. I saw the name. I was like, okay, that's wacky enough, but yeah, okay. I'm smelling what it's stepping in. Got it. Will you snail? We got 3 Wizards and Warriors 3 submissions. Sheesh. Getting one day. Well, it's not a Mega Man game, so I already like your chances. 1, 2 have been multiplied and 3 never has. Gotcha. It's cool, it's cool. We got some Wolfensteins. Yeah, Anarchy. Oh, yeah. The glitchless runs, the New Colossus, New Order, Old Blood, and Young Blood. Oh, Anarchy's been submitting some of these to different GDQs for a while now. I remember a handful of these popping up in submissions. I think I've done some for like the Fatales marathons or hotfixes or something. I've definitely seen some of these pop up. Which as someone who's done Wolfenstein games and runs, the biggest thing working against them is the length, right? And there's a lot of downtime, especially for glitchless. I'm always happy to see more Wolfenstein get in, if it gets in. I mean, personal pick, you give me these 4 titles, I'm picking the Old Blood. All right. I personally would be very surprised if Wolfenstein 2 ever got in any capacity outside of DLC, getting in on its own. Just because of the vast amount of downtime and the cutscenes content in that game. And Youngblood's 2 hours is a rough sell for a glitchless FPS run. No disrespect to it at all, but there is a reason I stopped running these games at all, is because the cutscenes and downtime. And I love these titles. If they had a cutscene skip mod, I'd be back to them. Like, we'd be grinding the fuck out of them. Yeah. I would happily take one of these in the marathon. Preferably the Old Blood, because that's my favorite. I think it probably has the best shot, being the shortest of the bunch that's not Wolfenstein 2. We'll see. What would be cool? Listen to shit. Nah, they're too busy making Indiana Jones. Moved up in the world. Some Yakuza titles, yep. I'm not going to pretend I know anything about the Yakuza series at all. I don't. Some ukulele. This kind of surprising is, like, ukulele didn't really take off in the speedrunning scene, despite feeling like it probably should have. I know it has its flaws and stuff, but Dan Salvato with the Yoshi story. This is, oh, the fucking throwback. Dan Salvato with the Yoshi story. Submitted this forever. Made hype videos for it. Never got it in, and then went off and made that Weeb game. So many times. Been speedrunning Yoshi story exclusively for 11 years. Yeah, like I still think an hour 45 for it's a lot. a lot, but I like seeing that submission there. You know, maybe this time they'll be like, you know what? Come on back. Come on back. You go Forbidden Memories. Oh, 15 card randomizer. Woo, rando. Need rando alerts. More Zelda titles. Zombies Eat My Neighbors. Zwift. And we are at the end. 1,458 entries. Obviously, or not obviously, but we are aware that there are some submissions that aren't public on here. For whatever reason, they just didn't put them out in time. They haven't checked them yet. So who knows how many the real total is. At least 1,458 submissions. About 1,000 of those being randomizers, it seems like. Just kind of silly. Woo. It only took 5 hours to get through. I thought we'd get done in like 2.5. Okay. I'm gonna get some water and check on my laundry. A couple things. But we have 1 hour, a little less than an hour, before the end of the month for Twitch's system kicks in and we roll to a new month, right? What does that mean? It means the Partner Plus program that we are pushing towards 100 sub points, which right now it's at 96. It might be a little higher because it hasn't updated since like our resub went through. So if you'd like to help me hit there, if we hit 100 Partner Plus points for 3 months in a row, we unlock 60-40 splits instead of just 50-50, which greatly helps out the stream. It's more money in my pocket and not Jeff Bezos. And in an hour, when it rolls into next month, we have to start over from scratch and get back up there. Thank you so much, Plushie. Unfortunately, gifted subs do not go towards the Partner Plus stuff, neither do Prime subs. I do greatly appreciate the gifted subs and primes and all that stuff and bits or tips or whatever. But the way this is set up is just paid subs on their own. Tier 1 gives you 1 point. Tier 2 gives you 2 points. Tier 3 gets you 6 points towards that. We might be a little higher based on some resubs a while ago. I'm not entirely sure. But I'm gonna get some water. We'll do a little bit more. Thank you, Nils, for the 4-month resub. Tier 1, thank you. I did also put up the incentive with that if we do hit 100 for this month. So we just did the BioShock Trilogy run last night where I got a sub 3 and got the record back. If we got that, we'd go and derust the story DLCs for BioShock and start doing anthology prep, which would be the trilogy plus the DLCs. And we'd also do casual playthroughs of the 2 combat DLCs. The Clash in the Clouds for Infinite and Protector Trials for BioShock 2, both of which I've never actually played. So you'd get more BioShock speedrun content and some casual BioShock stuff I've never done. Yeah, appreciate you guys for the support so far. We might have already hit it. I'm not entirely sure because it just doesn't update besides every 4 hours. So, you know, if we want to be a little careful, it might go a little over. But in the meantime, I'm going to go get some water, check out my laundry, and maybe grab a snack and figure out what we're going to do from there. But, cool submissions. Some pretty decent ones in there. Gifted subs do not count. The only thing that counts towards the Partner Plus program is paid subs of your own. Tier 1, 2, 3. Primes do not count. Gifted subs do not count. Unfortunately. Be great if they did. Alright, oh my god, it's so fucking hot in my room. Holy. Whew. It got so hot today. Alright, so I don't have what I was gonna do after reading through submissions planned out at all. I probably won't stream for too much longer because I got some stuff to do before family stuff tomorrow. Yeah, that was fun. Definitely some cool games submitted that I'd be interested in seeing. A fuck ton of randomizers, dear God. Yo, who did the thing? Ostracon with the brand new sub. The brand new sub. Show. Thank you so much. Enjoy the emotes and the ad for experience and all that additional stuff. I don't know if I saw Manbear Paradox's resub for 11 months before I left. Thank you for that. If I did, then thank you for that as well. Also, Plushy, thank you again for the 5-pack and Nils for the 4 months. So we may have hit it, but because Twitch is Twitch and doesn't update the partner point thing. Hard to know. Refresh there? No. Which is really unfortunate that they do that. Holy. Alright. Shall we figure out what we're doing now? Let me check my YouTube video too. So unfortunately, the Bioshock trilogy from last night has a 10 seconds of audio in the background that got copyright claims, and I'm waiting for YouTube to reprocess the video before I can put that VOD out. So checking in on it. The classic, yeah, I may not be ready till tomorrow at this point. See. Let's see. Don't really want to touch the Bioshocks tonight because of running through them last night. First novel anthology might be a little too long, but maybe a little amnesia anthology. Maybe a little amnesia anthology. You guys vibing with that? And then if I need to stop short, I can. Yeah. Dark Descent, Machine for Pigs, Rebirth Bunker. Well, Justine as well. Okay. Should be set up. Okay. Are my games going to launch quickly today, or are we back to Steam taking 25 hours to launch games? Let's see. Possibly, I will. Once the game actually loads. Yeah, it seems like it's going to take... I just need to restart my PC. I looked into a couple things about it last night after stream, but the solutions didn't seem to work. But I also maybe just need to restart my PC. One was related to an AMD graphics card, which I don't have. And the other one is like a wireless controller that I don't use. Alright, the game just refuses to launch. We're launching. Oh, there it goes. Heck yeah. Heck to the yes. Oh, I love when Live Split does this. Boom. Okay. So we may not get all the way through this, just because I potentially have to stop the stream early to go do stuff before family things tomorrow. Get a little haircut. Finish up my laundry. That sort of thing. I'm gonna at least start it, have some fun with it. Enjoy some spookiness for a little bit here. I was already streamed for 6 hours today. Wow. Yeah, I was not planning on taking 5.5 hours to get through all the submissions.
Don't forget, some things mustn't be forgotten.
I thought like 3 hours would be out tops.
We must hurry. My name is Daniel. I live in London at Mayfair. What have I done? This is crazy. Don't forget. Don't forget.
Watashi.
Focus. My name is I am Daniel.
Whoa. Whoa now. Wee. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if there's going to be a stream tomorrow night or not. But being Easter, I do have some stuff to do like midday, and I might get back in time for like a late stream, but we may also just switch tomorrow and Monday. Usually Monday's the day I take off. May just stream then instead of tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see. We also have to get a lot of stuff done in the next month or so. Month and a half. Once things start hitting May into June, I think there's a lot of stuff coming out that I'm gonna want to play and potentially mess with. I don't want to be like mid project, so I'd be trying to push a lot of stuff in the next month and a half. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, don't blink. Otherwise, you miss the entrance hole. Whoa. Now that's crazy.
It sure is dark in here.
Yes, and there's a good reason for it. But you can light the lamp now if you wish.
What's the reason for the darkness, that is?
Stay close. Be careful not to stray.
What's the reason? Why is it so dark?
Pay attention, Daniel.
Pay attention, Daniel.
Going straight, and make sure not to stray.
Whee! On current patch? I'm not on current patch. You're a current patch. From my research, it's completely randomized. But maybe it's research, I don't know. I read that when that spawned in, the boxes are just like completely random. But I have had pretty static boxes lately, so you might be right. I don't think my game should have ever updated though. Oop, little boosts. Oh, so my game got a sneaky stealth patch. No banister boosts. That's alright.
Journal is gone. What would they want with my journal?
My gerbil is gone. Whee! For this anthology, it's about a 2-hour run. Real time. This is more of like a for fun run, so we may not even finish it today. Yeah. These 5 titles is just about the 2-hour mark. With Bioshock yesterday, in the end, it went well. Getting to the end, very stressful. But yeah. Not only did I get a Bioshock Infinite PB and a sub 3 trilogy time, we actually got the record for the trilogy run back, which was pretty cool. That was not my intention, it just kind of happened. So yeah. Very stressful 10-hour stream, but in the end, got a really good run out of it. Do 2-hour run in 40 minutes. Sheesh. Let me randomize it real quick. Blanks raid? Yeah. I mean, I think it was during that run. That ended up being it. Maybe this was the attempt before. I'm not sure. Honestly, all of it kind of just blurs together. The only thing I really remember from the trilogy run itself was like 2 moments in BioShock Infinite. There's 2 great clippable moments in Infinite. BioShock Trilogy drew blindfolded with a drum. Oh shit, you right. Yo, Viper, what's up? Hello. Flashbang.
You have an ascending room. Will it take us to the inner sanctum?
It will definitely take care of the vertical part of our journey. So, you have ridden an elevator before?
Yes, the Colosseum at Regent's Park has one. It takes you to the gallery where you can view the panorama.
Good. This ride might be a little longer, and in the other direction.
I know I literally say this every time I do a run of the Dark Descent, but goddamn, I love the voice acting. It's so good. I'm schmitten. Why is it so dark? Because we're descending, that's why. I've submitted Amnesia Anthology before the bunker came out, and it didn't get in. I honestly had it as a thought for this submission, but there's no way they let in this and Soma, and I feel like Soma's the stronger pitch. I also kind of want the bunker to get in on its own. But if either of those 2 things happen, like I'd probably submit this next time around. Like, you could do Amnesia Anthology, which would be any % for all the runs, and then do, like, a bonus incentive to upgrade Bunker to glitchless or something, but I'd rather just get that on its own. Rebirth and Bunker had British pro tags. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Never saw those, so I'm quite hyped. If you've never seen these runs before, they are wild. They are very broken. Some of my favorite runs to do.
What was that? Forgive me, I should have warned you. One of my responsibilities as a Baron is that of a prison warden. This is where criminals are locked up.
Like a dungeon?
Very much so. Come, don't linger.
Whoa, spooky monster. Bam, look at them cheeks. So I don't know when it's shipping, but I did purchase one of the grunt plushies that they were having made. So whenever that ships, I have no idea the date for that. We'll have an additional little amnesia grunt in the background. All the others.
But Mother, I don't want to leave without you.
Hurry, child. You must go. Find Gabriel, the Outrider, and tell him to alert the King's men.
No, you come too.
Please, we don't have time to make the whole
June 6th? Ooh, June 6th. That's crazy.
Hurry! I'll cover the hole with the bed. Everything will be fine. I promise.
So far away. I'm pretty sure like the fundraising for it's already done. Whoa, flashbang.
So you used the drain sewers as a means of transport?
Yes, they were built to
Oh,
water
God.
from an underground spring and are quite spacious.
Oh.
It seemed only natural to incorporate it into the overall structure.
But we won't be using it.
Not today. The flow is seasonal, and when the spring runs dry, the damp tunnels produce a rather poisonous type of fungi. There is an antidote, of course, but we won't be bothering with it today. Come, this way instead. We're almost there.
God, I'm just breaking my ankles all over the place. My little fish stick legs are snapping. Snap, snap, crackle, pop. Save it. I don't think I can. Alright, I'm not gonna bother saving it. No. I could have door warped, but it's not worth door warping there.
There is an antidote, of course, but we won't be bothering with it today.
No.
We're almost there.
Okay. Monka. I want to pause the game for a moment. Why? A little surprise. What do you mean a little surprise? A little update. Should I refresh? Could officially go over 107 partner plus points for the month of whatever month we're in. What was it? March? I was about to say May. Shoosh. God fucking damn. Alright, well, you know, those incentives we talked about before. We will de-rust the Bioshock DLC at some point. We'll play through Clash in the Clouds and Protector Trial DLCs, which I've never done on stream before. Not quite 60/40. It's the first step. You have to do it for 3 months in a row. Unfortunately, this would be our first month of meeting it. So we did not meet it last month. Close, but a little off. Yeah. But you do it 3 months in a row and you unlock 60/40 for a year. So we'll keep pushing. I'm not one to like to beg for stuff. I hardly even like to ask people to sub, right? I'm always if my content's good enough, you think it's worth subscribing, cool. Like that's always how I've run my stream. And if I've had to ask for stuff for fundraisers or whatever, I try to make it worth it with incentives. So if I'm going to continue to ask for 100 sub points next month and the month after that, you can bet I'm going to try to make it worth your $5 dues, right? So, you know, we'll have to visit the kitchen a couple of times, but thank you guys so much for that. It means a lot, right? It really does. Shoosh! Can we get a round of shoosh? For all those who support it. I know a lot of people gifted subs as well and just use primes because they can't afford the $5, and I greatly appreciate those as well, right? If that's the way you can contribute and you want to contribute, awesome, love it. You know, if you just like to hang out and chat and be cool, thank you, awesome. If you like the clip moments, awesome, thank you. If you're a VOD watcher, you know, watch on YouTube because you can't catch the streams, awesome, thank you. If you're a randomizer runner, no thank you. No. Well, while we're paused here, already invalidated the run. The reason the game looks this way is super pixelated, and you're like, wow, this looks fucking terrible. Is for this trick specifically, and one other trick later on in the game. Because it's so pixelated, I can put my crosshair on very specific points much easier, allowing me to do some of these tricks easier. Like clipping through this wall. And even then, it's still a fucking bitch and a half. Oh, hold. There we go. Yeah, that's what the game looks the way it does. It's always a shame when you have to lower the graphic settings if you don't need higher FPS. None of the frictional games besides the bunker will even run at over 60 FPS. They're just locked down to it. That's so unfortunate. We want to clip out, but not fall into the void. No, ruined, soiled it, soiled it. Well, definitely got to get a haircut. I'm so over it. I'm so over longer hair. So over hats. Soiled it. Soiled it. Whee! And by game, literally nothing I do in this game is intended. For the Amnesia series, if you see me doing something, it just automatically assume it is 100% not intended. It's nearly bald. Yeah. Whee! Incentive runs were to push for the BioShock anthology, and then Protector Trial and Clash in the Cloud playthroughs. Can I jump over? What is happening? Okay. Played and beat Penumbra game series this year. Really awesome games. Oh yeah, I love them. There's a little bit of like outdated jank to them for sure. Especially if you're used to more modern horror games. They definitely feel old, but I still really love them. Oop. Up and out of bounds. All right. Hopefully we hit the segment of the wall. All right, cool. I'm just falling off of everything. Oh my god. So slippery. And you're walking shower. Damn. Isn't every shower a walk-in shower? Just depends on how tall your legs are. Yeah, but isn't a tub still a walk-in shower? You can still walk into your tub. Alright, here we go again. Take 3. Just clip through the tub. Oh, yeah. I clipped through everything. Oh! Okay, I actually am just so bad. Oh my god. Embarrassing. Look away. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Yo, thank you, Proto. Just clip through it all. I actually had, I completely forgot. I had a shower thought like last week. I was gonna like tweet it out and see what the options were, but I guess I can just say it. If you're taking a shower, right? I mean, you should rotate and get water on all of you, right? But if you're just standing there for a little bit, you know, just letting the water rain over you, how do you stand? Do you stand facing like the wall where the faucet's coming out? Do you face away from it? Do you face the shower curtain and stand sideways?
It used to be yours, but now you only seek misplaced revenge. How do you justify
Fetal position? I mean, sitting down in the shower is pretty nice. Because I've always stood facing
all this pain and death?
the shower curtain, like sideways. So I'll have like the shower coming down from my left, and I'm facing towards
Curiosity in league with yourself
the curtain.
that is killing us both.
Facing the wall away from the curtain? Yeah, we're like literally opposite. That's... I feel like that's like some serial killer shit. Like having my back to the curtain would just drive me crazy. Seen too many horror movies, you know, you can't stand facing the wall. It's gonna let someone come up behind you. Facing the faucet, yeah. I feel like I'm either facing the curtain or facing away from the faucet, so it's hitting my back. Produce wants to get stabbed, I mean, you know. A sliding door, ooh la la. Between facing and facing away, yeah. I mean, a lot of times I'm just moving around, but if I'm standing still for a second, I'm always facing into The curtain. Got one of them fancy shower rooms. Okay, speaking of fancy showers, the one thing I love if I go to like a hotel is if it has the shower with like 2 faucets, like one overhead and then one regular. Oh my god. I need that in my life all the time. Okay, this run's not going well. Whoop. The last door went locked? Yeah. That was... I didn't mind the area of the GDQ hotel, the AGDQ hotel, but I did not like the hotel itself. When you have a sliding bathroom door and then you go to lock it and the lock just spins in place and nothing happens, like... what is that? Heavy glass door, it's not even sealed. Ooh. Better hope you're not all suds up when it explodes. Because then you're gonna be like sliding around, stepping on broken glass. Oh my god. Maryland, Virginia? I mean, I would be honest, down south would be really nice. Like, you know. Fuck Florida, but when it was in Florida, it was a really nice time. That was pretty nice. Not saying it should be in Florida again, but you know, maybe somewhere not covered in snow for half the event. The glass shower. Oh my god. I thought you said the ass shower. Whoop. Galley, yeah. Let's not. Okay, now we're back. Want to get away from South? That's fair. Can't blame you on that one. Let's just all go to the Bahamas. Let's just all go to Vegas. Gamble off to the side. Oh yeah. I feel like you get that many speedrunners in a casino situation and they're just gonna be trying to fucking game the slots somehow, you know? Like, can we buffer overflow the slot machine? It's gonna end up really badly. Speedrun all your money away. Whoa. Let's just take this $2 million we raised for GDQ and go bet it on some roulette real quick and, you know. Maybe we get an all-time new GDQ record. Maybe we don't. New donation incentive. Everyone who donates gets to pick a color and a number on their roulette wheel, and, you know. At the end of the marathon, whichever number has the most votes. So they put it on. You know, if it all goes away, you know, it's on the viewers then. Oh, keeping the toes dry? No. Oh, we dipped our toes in the Kool-Aid. No. Soiled it. Soiled it. The soggiest of socks. Ow. Donation matching. Man, I feel like that would get out of hand real quick. Gamba for charity. Wow. Oh. Go, 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 go. Hey, okay, cool. The baby heaps. Just about done with the Dark Descent, and now we get to see some of Justine. Yeah, honestly, we might just go through Machine for Pigs and leave Rebirth and Bunker for another day. Possibly. Let's beat up this old man real quick.
Don't do that. You are ruining it. You are so close, I beg you. Now, you fool. You killed us. You killed us both.
Blah, 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 blah. He's naked. Wow, he is?
It was my greatest triumph, and I never...
Not trilogy? True. You got? You got played?
You think I was afraid, fleeing Brennenburg? Huh.
I think I was afraid.
I knew it was my purgatory. Hellfire made to wash away my sins.
I mean, depending on when I get back home tomorrow from family stuff, I want it be
There's no denying
2 against doing like a full Frictional Games anthology.
I have paid my tribute. I gave them that awful man. I did the right
Tomorrow night. Be a fun little shortish stream to do. Frictional games prediction. Amnesia. The end. Alright. Also because of the issue with things right now is my Steam is making it so every game takes like 25 years to launch. So swapping between all these games, it's just like there's gonna be some downtime. Yo, XPlay, thank you. Thank you. Trying to reset my PC for this. YouTube processed my video? Probably not. It probably won't be done till tomorrow. Nope, still processing. Airsham. Just Airsham. Thanks, YouTube. Time. Oop, I switched to machine pigs too early. That's fine. It's fine. If someone comes in here and complains that this is technically Dark Descent and not Machine for Pigs, you know what? They're right. They deserve to bully me. Time for the Rat Jam. Hopefully we can first try this, because if you've never seen Amnesia Justine, which is the DLC expansion standalone thing for the Dark Descent, it is a permadeath system of just a handful of levels, so it's pretty short, but it's very possible that I have to restart the entire run if something goes wrong. If something's gonna go wrong, it's typically in the next map. It's either right up here or in the next map. Hey, alright, cool. Alright, this is the sketchy moment. Hey, there we go. And that's scary because right next to that wall is void. And you can very easily just get pushed into the void instead of through the wall. forget how much I like really enjoyed the aesthetics of Justine. Like, I don't know. Somehow the colors they use just really pop more than in like the main Dark Descent game. Got a lot of like blue and orange together. Looks really nice. Alright, last map. Gonna say hello to our handy dandy little shovel buddy. Gotta have a shovel buddy. Oh, you don't like blue and orange? Strabo doesn't like the color of the portals in the game Portal. Wow. All right, shovel buddy. Woo, not bad.
Don't want any of the guests coming in here.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, and color grading and stuff.
Of course, Clarice, I'm quite all right. Is everything ready for tonight?
Yes, the goose is ready.
Portal closed in Portal 2.
The guests should be arriving within the hour.
Kick flip the shovel to go into the wall. Aw, yeah.
I certainly hope not.
Did a 360 tray flip, you know?
Yes, silly Clarice.
Silly Clarice. Alright. Nice and easy. Not a bad Justine. The end. It's funny, like, Amnesia Justine's final level has two of my favorite, like, ways of dealing with a level in all of speedrunning. Any percent, you can do the shovel. There's also a crazy out of bounds you can do, which is absurd. But, like, the glitchless version of that final level, you stack, like, 7 boxes on top of each other and jump over a wall. Yeah, it's just complementary colors. Or, not complementary colors, but it's opposites, you know. Machine for piggies. Machine for the piggies. Gotta wait 25 minutes for the game to launch. You know, Twitch chat is the reason speedrunning will never be taken seriously. People coming in here spamming, where's the randomizer? Where's the randomizer? Disgusting. Oh, game's launching. Where's the randomizer? It's a good question. I can boot up some more in the Blind Force randomizer. I can do it. I won't, but I can. The Piggy Blinders. By order of the Piggy Blinders. I watched like the first season of the Peaky Blinders, and I never got around to watching more. The Amnesia Rando? I don't know. If you could somehow force all of the Amnesia maps into a singular game, and then have like Dora Rando. Be cool. I don't know how you do that. Or make sure it doesn't break. Quest progression. I mean, we have Streamnesia, which is like crowd control. Sort of. That's semi-randomized, right? Yeah, you'd have to remake everything. Just make it a custom story. You just walk through a wall. What, you've never walked through a wall before? Don't tell me you've never walked through a wall before. My Streamnesia doesn't work properly. Ah, because the piggies. Okay, I was like, why would you have to remake maps for that to work? Yeah. I mean, couldn't you just like not randomize the piggies?
Come on, slow coach. It's this way.
Just do like all the other settings? Hello? Okay. Weird. There we go. Interesting. Also, with what you were saying before, with Dark Descent, like the current patch thing, doesn't the door warping stuff only work consistently on down patch versions of the game?
Slow coach. It's this way.
I'll look into it after the stream, see if it's down patched or not, but that just popped in my head because I was like, can I door warp this? But my amnesia skills have gotten real rusty. There we go. On the Steam, interesting. Yeah, I mean, maybe it got patched at some point. Mayhaps. There we go. Hey. Hey, howdy, hey. It still works. I mean, everything still works. It just, yeah. That box thing is better on down patch, you know? Be nice to have the optimal version. For like a half-second time save. Yeah, but those boxes in Refinery are really annoying. So if they're not out of the way randomly, then the brute Just like almost hits you every single time, which is time loss for no reason. Okay. Ring, 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 banana phone. That's not a banana phone. You're just happy to see me. Out of any door dive you have to do in this run, that's the one I tend to mess up the most because I try to, like, baby step it and end up taking fall damage and getting flown off the map. Sometimes you just gotta go for it. Gotta say, you know what, world? I'm not afraid anymore. It's too damn bony. One blue-haired Goku said, "Gotta go fast." What an inspiration. That blue-haired Goku taught me so many things, like you gotta go fast, you gotta eat ass, you gotta pass gas. And for some reason they all rhymed. It's kind of weird. Yeah, smoke grass, yeah. Oh, clicked off my game. You got a monster mash. Whee! Bangers and mash, taters and mash, mash and mash.
Isn't it dangerous?
Play some Smash.
We can use the flow to drive the turbines. There will always be a torrent of excreta flooding through these tunnels. We can use this to supplement the steam production and ensure constancy.
God, the stench! This fecal matter is the true product of the age.
Yo, boosts? We're boosting? We're boosting? Oh boy. Oh boy, howdy, we're boosting. Shit, nice. Oh, quick out of bounds. And if you're like, wow, I have no idea what's going on, this game's incredibly dark, I can't see anything, just wait a moment. It's about to get a lot darker. I don't think that command's actually ever been set up to work. Cool. Flawless victory. Well, I don't know if I changed it. I think it's like the way that it was set up just broke.
He's here, he's here. I said you'd come.
Gross. Alright, how's Bilge Boost gonna go today? Good old lovely Bilge Boost. Everyone's favorite trick first try. Oh no, never mind. Got a little excited for a second there. Whoop. Reverse Bilge Boost. There we go. Soiled it. Soiled it. Boost. Use the boost to get through. Time for reactor. Reactor harder, streamer. Miss Marvel's on stream. Marbles on a stream? You must have lost your marbles. Oh, why didn't I go up there? Come on. Really? 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 Oh my goodness. The rust is real. Oh, reactor. So great. Come on. Come on. Hey. Okay. Oh, alright. Missed the platforms entirely. Oh, we're just so lucky that fall damage in these games doesn't kill you. Can almost always avoid fall damage, but still, like... every now and then you just take a whole bunch of it. to the face. Okay, well, turns out we're not even gonna finish this run because I gotta go. These runs went real slow, so we'll listen to the speech. And we'll look for somebody to raid. Potentially tomorrow stream. So we didn't get through all of this, and I kind of want to get back to these games. If I stream tomorrow night, after some family stuff, we'll do a full Frictional Games anthology, so all of these games plus the Penumbras plus Soma. If not, maybe we'll do that on Monday with some other stuff. Potentially.
Where are my children?
You promised me my children. I miscome. Well.
Boys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
What if I made that little pig emote but a cabbage? The piggies one. The one where it's moving back and forth. Could probably make that into a cabbage. That might be a possibility. Alright, let me see if I can go find somebody to host real quick. But thank you guys once again for being here. I appreciate that. Much love. You know, also for getting us past that 100-point threshold for the Partner Plus thing. That was a very awesome thing. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it might work. It might look okay. I'll write down the idea. I don't know if it'll work in practice, but we'll see. Tomorrow night, potentially, we'll do a Frictional Games anthology. If not, and I don't stream tomorrow, then Monday we'll do a Frictional Games anthology and maybe one of the BioShock DLCs I need to play through now. Maybe like Clash in the Clouds or something. Yeah, I really, really do appreciate getting us to that first month of Partner Plus. So 2 more and it locks the 60-40 split for a year, so gotta push for a little bit more. Let's see who's around. I don't know what's going on over here, but it's probably comfy. So, go see what's up to Mitch. Sitting here a little earlier when we're looking at GDQ stuff. He's doing a Peggle tournament with some other speedrunners. So, can head over there, wiggle it on up. Said potential stream tomorrow. If not, we'll stream on Monday. And if you're looking for more stuff, you want to watch more Amnesia in the meantime, you know, done all these games on my YouTube. Done all these games glitchless over there as well. And much more. If you want to throw it on in the background while you get some work done while you sleep, you know, always have that option. But catch you guys later. Don't forget the wiggle. Happy Easter if you celebrate it. If not, happy Sunday. You know. See ya on the flip side.